I'm the one that you all have been getting all those emails from, and we'll continue to get emails from. And I want to thank all of you all for stepping up to do this. By the end of this session, tomorrow afternoon, you are going to be so pumped about this program. This guy right here is just awesome, and he's going to have you so excited. But I want to introduce all of the people. All of our people are not in here yet, but this is Drew Sparks. He's the CEO of Green Power, and that's our partner in the program. That's who we're getting the cars from. You're going to learn. You're going to get really close to Drew going through this program. Is all I can say. He's the brains behind it. Any question you've got, he's going to tell you. You can call him, but you will be able to call us too. So one of the things that we're doing today is the guys are here. We're videoing everything because this is our first round, and we're learning this program along with you. It's not something that UK is an expert yet. So, and Drew's kind of walking us through that for the program. And let's see, Kevin Puckett. Kevin, can you raise your hand? In the back. Kevin is in at CAER, our communications group. He's does our social media and all that. So he's tweeting and everything today. So you'll be seeing that. The guy at the front desk was Dave Melanson. He is the assistant director for all of our communications and development work at CAER. And Thomas is out in the hall. If there's computer issues or wherever, Thomas is our main man. He works in the communications group at CAER. Okay, I'm Shiela Medina. There's one other person that you will get very friendly with. He's coming this afternoon. Is Roger Perrone. He and I are the ones that have built that car outside to learn how to do it. So you'll eventually going through when you have questions. You can call Roger and say, I did this, or what do we need there. But we're going to try to support you all as much as possible. It's not that difficult to build. You might have freaked out when you saw it when you walked down the hall. It's not that difficult to build. Roger and I just took the manual that you've got in front of you and just took the parts and put it together. We only called Drew 4 times. Couple, 3 or 4 times when things weren't going together. So I mean that wasn't bad for never having done this. So one of the things again, I can't thank you all enough for being here and being excited about this program. I want you all to go around and introduce yourselves because I'm assuming that you all don't know each other. All of you all don't know each other. So can we start over here with Rhonda and just your name and the school that you're with and the county?
Sure. My name is Rhonda Wicker. I'm from Murray, Kentucky, and I teach in the Callaway County School District.
Natasha Baird. I'm from Pike County, and I teach in the Pike County School District.
Kristen Fair. I teach here in Fayette County at Cassie Elementary.
My name is David Hempy. I'm a volunteer at Axel Elementary School and a partner at Great Now Makerspace here in Lexington.
I'm Sarah Cummins. I'm at Redwood Cooperative School in Lexington.
I'm Amanda Axel. I teach in Fayette County at Maxwell Spanish Immersion Science.
I'm Jared Gregson. I teach at Mason County Intermediate School.
I'm Amy Herndon. I'm also at Callaway County Schools.
Kristen Witt. I'm in Fayette County and at Rice County.
Linda Stone. I am the Associate Director for STEM Initiatives for Partners for Education at Berea College, and I don't teach anywhere, but I have a lot of contacts with them.
Yeah.
So
Where is he? There he is. Okay. Okay, we do have an advisory group. I will send an advisory board. I will send you all of the names on the advisory board because if somebody strange walks up to you, and Linda is one that's on our advisory board. We've got another person on our advisory board that will be coming. I just want to warn you all because there's going to be a lot of people. This is creating a lot of excitement throughout Kentucky. But another one of our advisory board committee meetings members may be here today, but will be here tomorrow from KSTC, and my name is Sherry McGuffin. You all might know Sherry. She will be here. Also, I don't know if you all have been involved with the NEED program at all. Okay, Karen Rieger is on our advisory board. She will be here, I think, tomorrow. Another special guest that we may have tomorrow is the Deputy Secretary of the Education and Workforce Development Cabinet. One of the folks from where we're getting our grant from, and we'll hear about that today, was in a meeting with her last week. And she was very, very excited about this program and how the Department of Education and Workforce Development, the cabinet, could help the program. Because, I mean, I got all of you all from just sending out that announcement on the Kentucky Science Teachers Associate, the listserv. So we're going to try to grow this program. It's not just going to stop this year, we hope. Because the car is going to be taken apart, and then is he making faces or something?
Why you assume I'm doing something?
Because I saw her face. She was looking at you and laughing.
It's going to keep going.
It's going to keep going. And so there's several things that that we're going to ask you all to do, and that is get your kids excited because we're going to start recruiting middle schools this year, and next year we will have a middle school program. If things go correctly, they get a different car. Drew will talk about that. It gets a little bit more racy the older you get, so that will be cool. I gave you all 2 cards. I want you to write your name on them. And the one thing that I definitely want back from you on that card is when can we deliver your car? You will have access to the school after certain date or whatever, and that way I can kind of plan how we're going to get the cars to you. Then I'll be contacting you to set up a specific time. So, or if you're in Lexington, you want to come pick it up, you're welcome to do that. I have all of them at CAER right now. So, do you want to start? Mm-hmm. This is going to be a welcome. This is Kenya Stump. She is the Executive Director of the Kentucky Energy Cabinet Office of Energy Policy. And those are the folks that are funding us today and the whole program. That funding has bought your cars, and will be buying all of your tools that you need to do the program. So this is just kind of a welcome statement.
Welcome to Gen EV. My name is Kenya Stump, and I'm the Executive Director of the Kentucky Office of Energy Policy. I wanted to send my apologies today that I can't be with you in person, but I am so excited that you've made the decision to embark on this journey with the Gen EV program here at the University of Kentucky. What a magnificent journey it will be. We are proud to partner with the University of Kentucky Center for Applied Energy Research on this amazing opportunity for our school children and our teachers throughout the Commonwealth. So a little bit about the Office of Energy Policy. Our mission at the OEP, as we like to say, is to support the utilization of all of Kentucky's energy resources for the betterment of the Commonwealth, but while protecting and improving our environment. We do this in a variety of ways, and one of those is energy education and increasing the energy literacy of our citizens across the Commonwealth. And let's dig into that just a little bit more, what that means. We really feel that it's important that our citizens, our students, businesses, organizations, everyone across the Commonwealth have some level of energy literacy. And what does that mean? It really means understanding where our energy comes from, whether that be electricity or natural gas, petroleum, gasoline, but really understanding where our energy comes from, how our energy is generated, transported, and distributed to our homes, our businesses, and then really how do we really consume that energy, use that energy, and what does that mean to our environment? So part of that energy literacy is the interconnectedness between energy and the environment in which we live. And if you have been here in Kentucky for a while, or if you're a native to Kentucky, you know that energy has been an important component of our culture and will continue to be an important part of our culture. And that includes our workforce. So part of the Gen EV program that we're proud to partner on is really how this energy education, as it relates to electric vehicles, is preparing our students for the workforce of tomorrow. And let's take a little bit, another deeper dive into what does that look like? What is the workforce of tomorrow? That begins with understanding what are some of our biggest sectors that we support, and what are some of our biggest employers in the state. So Kentucky is #1 producer of cars, light trucks, and SUVs per capita, with more than 520 companies employing over 100,000 people. In addition, not just to the cars and trucks we drive, we are home to more than 540 logistics and distribution facilities that employ nearly 75,000 people. I mean, wow, right? So that means we're a transportation hub, and we're really a hub for moving the commodities and products that we utilize in our daily lives throughout this country and internationally. But these industries are changing, and more of those industries are looking to more electrified vehicles, a more electrified economy, which is why this Gen EV program is so important to our workforce of the future. The switch from traditional gasoline to electric is part of an industry-wide effort that contributes to fewer emissions. The U.S. transportation sector alone is responsible for 28% of its greenhouse gas emissions, according to the Environmental Protection Agency. So for us as a transportation hub, the future of the industry really begins with your students. And again, your commitment to Gen EV enables all of Kentucky to meet the future with the technical skills, the knowledge, and the problem-solving ability that will power an electrified economy. Wrapping it up, because I could go on, and my friend Shiela Medina can talk a little bit more about a lot of our conversations about electrification. And also today, some of you may also interact with some other employees at the Office of Energy Policy. I'd encourage you to use that as an opportunity to engage in conversations, ask questions, and let us be a resource to help you as you move through this Gen EV program. So thank you, and enjoy the journey. My vision and what I'm really looking forward to is when we meet for our first race, where we can see these electric vehicles in actions, and we can experience the joy of our students racing and driving these cars that they have built and see basically science come to life, engineering come to life. See the excitement and pride of completing a project, and also knowing that they are one step on the path to being part of that workforce of the future. And it all begins here with Gen EV. So thank you again for your commitment. Welcome. Know that our office is a resource. I would encourage you to go to our website on eec.ky.gov. You'll find a wealth of information about Kentucky's energy profile, how we distribute, generate, transmit, consume energy. What does that look like here in Kentucky? That can start laying the foundation for your energy education moving forward, and how that plays into your work here with Gen EV. So excited for you, sad that I can't be there today, but want to extend a very, very robust welcome and say how important you are to this program and how you're really trailblazing new pathways for an electrified workforce in Kentucky. And it really all begins with you and your students. So thank you again. Enjoy, and I will hopefully see you at one of the next events.
Okay, we've got 2 more introductions to do. Devin Bain is with GreenPower as well. He's been in the other room setting up for when we actually start building the cars. Like I said, these 2 guys are awesome. I saw them at work last night building a car. We brought ours partially built, and they finished it in about 45 minutes. It was just amazing. But anyways, and then Gerald, I think you just came in. Your school.
He's hurried.
Okay. Awesome. So, and we're going to have another teacher join us this afternoon, Tammy Drury. She's teaching summer school this morning, so she's only going to be able to come in the afternoons. And she's from here in Lexington. And I think that's everybody now that we've got all the introductions done. Okay. So, Gerald, you got 2 cards when you came in. One of the things that I want on there specifically is to write your name on it, and then tell me when you will have access to the school so I can call you and start scheduling drop-offs of the cars. The rest of the card is if there's things that you want me to know, questions that you have or whatever, and then at the end I want to collect the cards, and then we'll, if there's a lot of questions, I'll send emails out. You all are going to get so many emails from me, you're going to be sick of it. But anyways, first of all, you know that we're University of Kentucky, and we have worked with a lot of you all. A lot of you we haven't. So I wanted to just kind of give an overview of what we at CAER do. And we do education things, but basically what we are is a whole lot of really smart people that love science. And we try to, since we're a university, we're an education institution, CAER, we're not a part of any of the colleges at UK. We are a research center, and we report directly to my boss reports directly to the Vice President of Research. His name is Rodney Andrews, if you ever run into him any place. And Rodney is one of those really, really, really smart people if you're ever around him. So I wanted to give you just a little bit of a introduction to who we are. And if you all have any questions, we do tours of the center. They have to be, we can't take, I've had teachers call me up and say, I've got 148 middle schoolers, can we come tour? That's a problem for us. But not that we couldn't, plan way ahead and have a certain school day or whatever and bring kids in. If you've been with the NEED program at all, and you've done the whole 3 years, you've toured the center, I don't know who in here may have done that at some time or not. So, so who is CAER? There we go. Okay, basically you don't have to know anything on here. This is just to trigger me to talk. Is we were created by the legislature in 1974. And most of you all were not alive then, but in that time frame was the OPEC oil embargo. And we were created basically to find new ways to get transportation fuels because the price of oil was skyrocketing, and it was beginning to get limited. So we got our start in taking Kentucky coal, and turning that into transportation fuels. And we still do that research today. And so our mission today, we have evolved over the years. And if you think about it, EPA was Sherry. Just take a seat anywhere. This is Sherry McGuffin with the Kentucky Science and Technology Council. She's on our advisory board. So we have evolved over the years. We do a lot of environmental research now, and you'll see that as we go through this. Okay, there we go. We focus on Kentucky issues. We are funded by the Kentucky state government and through the university. It doesn't come directly to us. And we get a lot of our funding federally, as well as state funding federally and contracts with companies to do research. We focus, as I've mentioned, on the environment. We do work with coal ash and waste because we have a lot of coal ash in Kentucky because we have been coal-fired forever. We have an active renewables program. I'll get into that, looking at advanced uses for biomass resources. That also includes algae. And looking at reliability and affordability for our consumers. Kentucky, as you know, we in eastern Kentucky, where the coal fields were, there is an affordability issue. We're also, and if you talk to Kenya, we're doing a lot of work now in environmental justice and energy affordability. Looking at efficiency, new ways to improve energy efficiency in buildings as well as industries. Looking at fuel security, that's very important for Kentucky and the United States. And having lived through this winter in Kentucky, you can understand fuel security. And you all can have all these slides if you want. I mean, all of this will be available to you. And then we promote economic development. We have spin-off companies coming out of the work that we do at the center. And we support the industries in Kentucky. As you go through this, you will see who our stakeholders are. In the past, it has a lot been the electric utility industry. We're supporting other industries in Kentucky. As you know, aerospace is a big industry in Kentucky. That's one of our main exports is aerospace products. And we support them in some of our programs too, as well as we do battery research and those sorts of things. Then why you all are here, workforce development. We're a university, we're educating kids in Kentucky. And one of the things, because we have a lot of really, really smart people doing a lot of really, really good research, these guys and these ladies and men that work at our research center, they're so excited about science. And they love talking about what they do. I'll get into that a little bit more. Okay, so one of the things we do is our power generation group. This group is focused on taking carbon dioxide out of coal-fired power plant flue gas emissions. That's a mouthful. So we have developed a process for that. This is one of our pilot plants that we have. This is actually at the Brown Power Station that KU owns, and it's down across the road from Shakertown. So this is a scale up. This is about a 1 megawatt unit. That unit that's on, I think, is 300 megawatts. So we've got a little slipstream coming off, testing the process. And then we have plans to scale that up to 10 megawatts and go further with that. And some of the reasons that we're doing that is to remove carbon dioxide from a power plant. If you have a 1,000 megawatt power plant, this process takes 1/3 of that plant output to just operate this, to take the CO2 out. And you heard about that back when everybody was talking about carbon removal and everything, that your electricity bills were going to double. That's why, because this process is so expensive. And so we're trying to bring the price of that removal down, the cost of that removal. So that's what we're doing there. Biofuels and environmental catalysis, another thing that we do here is focused on, again, taking CO2 out of flue gas emissions with algae. If you remember your biology, algae eat carbon dioxide. And so what we do there is we bubble the flue gas through the algae. We take the spent algae, which is also in this group. There's oils in spent algae. So we remove those oils, and we can turn those oils into a diesel fuel that is exactly chemically comparable, or you can't tell the difference in diesel fuel that you get out of a petroleum refinery. Because biodiesel in itself is not a good fuel. There's too much oxygen in it, and it will corrode your engine if it's not designed for that. So we're looking at exact replacements because that's what our automotive fleet uses. Okay, this is our algae facility. We had this pilot plant up here in the corner at one of Duke Energy's plants up in northern Kentucky, and that was a demonstration. Just kind of showing you that when we do research, it's not just test tubes on a bench. We do it in a big way. The clean fuels from chemicals group, that is when I said that we are still doing the research to get transportation fuels from coal. This is what this group is still doing. So you take coal, you gasify it, you get carbon and hydrogen, and we all know that that's what the world is made out of. So once you can separate those, put them back together, and you can make all sorts of chemicals from that. Transportation fuels, our feedstocks for plastics, all sorts of things. And I don't know if you knew this, but one of the products out of this is paraffin. Do you know what is the wax on your apples that you eat? It's paraffin. So some of that probably comes from oil refining in the United States, but you can actually get the paraffin from this process. So FDA approved, I'm sure. just some of those little facts that people don't know. I tell that to students and they go, just like some of you all did. Another thing we do is we do work on carbon fibers. We have one of the largest carbon spin lines at a university, and we're very, very well known. We're looking at that for the aerospace industry. You all know that anything built out of carbon fiber is stronger and lighter. So we're looking at that as overall energy efficiency in whatever industry that we can get carbon fibers in. Techcrete Fast, this is some of the work that we do with coal ash. This is a concrete that we developed, and I'm just telling you little bits and pieces of what we do. It's a lot bigger than what I'm giving you, but we're here to build cars. We're not here to solve the coal problems. But we developed this spray-on concrete, It's called Tech Creek Fast. You don't have to worry about the words there. But what it is, it's a concrete. It has fibers in it. They can be like a nylon fiber or like a brass fiber or whatever. And you spray it on, and it comes to full strength within 15 minutes. So the purpose of this is you can spray it on a building that has been damaged by terrorism or earthquakes or whatever, and it is strong enough to hold the building up to allow first responders to go in and look for hurt people. So that's one of the things. It's also, we did this in conjunction with Minova, which is a company in Georgetown. They're headquartered in Georgetown. They are in the mining business, and they do roof bolting. So they are spraying this on the roof of underground coal mines, and it allows them to do, nothing sticks to coal. I don't know if you all have ever played with it or whatever, but nothing will stick to coal. But this stuff sticks to coal. And so they can spray it on the roof and shore up the roof and for safety, and they can use less bolts in the roof. One of the other things that we're doing is rare earth elements. You've probably heard about a lot of that in the news because the United States gets most of our rare earths or circuitry with rare earths in it from China. And China has decided that they're not going to sell their rare earths as a product in themselves. They'll sell you the cell phone that's got it in it, but they're not going to sell you the minerals you need to be able to make the cell phone someplace else or any other circuitry. So one of the things that we're trying to do, and amazingly, the blue ones are the rare earth elements. Amazingly, where you can find these rare earths that in Kentucky is coal and coal ash. So we're looking at processes to take coal ash from all the plants, the landfills that have coal ash in them, and recovering the rare earths from there. Again, a national security type issue. Okay, so other places that you can get rare earths is acid mine drainage. That is drainage that comes out of the mines, very acidic, has a lot of minerals in it. If you're in coal country, you probably have heard this. You've possibly heard it on the news. The refuse ponds from coal preparation plants, any place that you can find coal. Another thing that we're looking at that right now that we've just started a project with Lexmark is taking already used like computers, old cell phones, whatever, and recovering the rare earths from those instead of the phones going in the trash or the landfills or whatever. Also, recovering them from spent lithium-ion batteries. Think about all the electric cars that are out there, all the other lithium-ion batteries that are out there. So we're working with them to recycle that e-waste. Organic electronics, this is in conjunction with the chemistry department on campus. That guy in that picture right there, if you have a Samsung TV, if you look at the red color, that guy developed the red pixel for Samsung TVs. He's another one of our really, really, really smart people. But he has developed solar cells that can actually be manufactured by inkjet printing. And this bottom picture is a flexible solar cell where you can roll them up. When that one, kind of like a roll of aluminum foil or whatever, string it out, use it. When it degrades, you string out some more from the roll. So, and then they can also, if you think about it, we actually do a lot of research for the Department of Defense and looking at clothing for people for soldiers because they to charge their cell phones or charge any of the they carry about, I think it's like 40 pounds of batteries around on themselves all the time. John has also developed, which is really, really cool, a method of with 2 spray cans of aerosols, spray that on a rock, put leads front on the what you just sprayed on the rock, and hook that up to your cell phone, and it will charge your cell phone or whatever they're charging. Pour some water on it, it's gone, so the enemy doesn't know that you've been there. So, like I said, this guy's phenomenally smart. So that's some of the things that we do there. Energy efficiency, Greg Copley, that over there, this is his program. We are looking at, Greg goes around, he helps cities do energy efficiency projects on their buildings to try to reduce the cost of operating for the local governments. This actually came out of the fact that the severance tax because of coal, the money that the company that the communities got back was reducing, and so this is helping the local government budgets. Another project that we did, and this is one of them, houseboats to energy efficient homes, fondly known as the H-Beer project. I don't know if that was because a university person named it, and so it had beer in it. But what we were given to the project to do is looking at how many manufactured homes are in Kentucky. A lot of people that live in manufactured homes, their electricity bill, because they're so inefficient, is their electricity bill can be 2 to 3 times their mortgage payment or more. And particularly the older homes. They have gotten somewhat more energy efficient. But this was looking at back in 2008, and this is where I'm talking about economic development as well. In 2008, with the recession that happened then, there was about 50 houseboat factories down in southwestern Kentucky, some of in southern Kentucky around Lake Cumberland. Some of those, a lot of those went out of business during that time because houseboats, nobody was buying houseboats. And so actually Congressman Rogers challenged us to come up, and this was with the architecture department at UK, the College of Architecture, CAER, and Kentucky Highlands, the Economic Development Organization out of London. And we had the challenge to build a home that was modular, that could be delivered, and it would go on a real foundation. We were looking at the financial success of people because mobile homes depreciate and they do not hold their value. They do not go up in value like a home that's on a solid foundation. These are delivered and set up on a regular foundation, and we were challenged that Congressman Rogers wanted the electricity cost to be only $1 a day. We got it down to $1.65. That's pretty good if you think about $1.65 times 30, how much you pay for your electric bill. $1.65 a day is not bad. And a house cost of less than $100,000. He really wanted that $100,000 to include the lot that it was going to be on. That was a little bit difficult, but we got close to that. And so some of them, as you notice, this is actually one of them. We put solar on top of them to help that. These actually ended up being net zero energy, the ones that had solar on them, and those are down in Whitley County, I think it is. Okay, so now where we are now. Kentucky Education and Outreach. Obviously, you all are here. This is one of our big programs that is in my group. 4th, 5th, and 6th graders, you're going to learn all about that the next 2 days. You're going to have built a car This is a car that I went to a race in Chattanooga, and little kid driving a car there. And this is ideas on how to decorate your car, because Drew's going to tell you about who the kids are that are interested and how it's for everybody. It's for art students, it's for STEM students, it's for communications students that are good at that, because they need to be able to talk to companies, to raise money for your club. Another thing that we have done is the CAER 101. I called it Energy Applications. We developed this, actually Christy Fair was part of developing this program for fourth graders. We did that about the time the new science standards were coming out, and what we wanted to create was like manual experiments or whatever to support your all's energy education. And so it's more the application of the theory that you all are teaching them. And so this is, you can see that again in what we're doing with Green Power. And we are not, we are not curriculum developers. We don't pretend to be. In fact, all those really, really, really smart people at CAER are terrified to talk to your students. I'm terrified of 4th and 5th and 6th graders because you don't know what they're going to ask. And when I go into the classroom, I tell them that their teachers are the smartest people in the world because they have all the answers. And I know your all's answer is go look it up. But, you all guide them in that process. So as a part of this program, we had Christy and a couple of other teachers come in and teach our really, really, really smart people how to talk to 4th graders. And, we have one thing in the CAER 101 program called biomass game, and it's the biofuels game. It's really it's very, very deep. It gets into geopolitics, it gets into science, environmental, and economics. When I take it to science fairs, my table ends up being a lot of the parents, because they're just so interested in it. And it blows me away, though, how smart these kids are. I was doing it with one kid, and he went down, and it's where you're going to get your crude, your original oil from. And he said, I don't want my oil from this certain country because they're not friendly to the United States. This was a 4th grader, and I went, whoa, this kid's watching the news or listening to his parents or something like that. Then the other one, thank goodness I had a young daughter, and this one kid said, well, I don't want my oil from Canada because that's where Justin Bieber's from. And I thought, thank goodness Rachel, she's listened to Justin Bieber, and I knew who he was. So we had a little discussion about that. So that's why we're afraid of 4th graders. So anyways, basically that's what we do. If, otherwise in your curriculum, if there's questions, we're glad to help. But our main goal with these programs that we're doing is inspiration. We want to inspire your kids to become STEM students, STEM careers, whatever. I should have introduced myself like we do when we go into a school. My name is Shiela Medina, and I'm a chemical engineer. And this is why I like science. That's what we do when we go in. And it's been very interesting because we have one young man, some of you all know him, Eduardo Santillan. He is from Mexico. When he walks into a classroom and he says, my name is Eduardo, I'm from Mexico, I like science because it has allowed me to live in 5 countries. I've gotten to do this, I've gotten to do that. And the Hispanic students they sit up a little bit straighter. We have a beautiful young woman that is a material science engineer. She walks into a classroom. We had one kid look at her when she walked into the classroom and said, you're not an old white man in a lab coat. And she said, no, I'm a materials engineer, and I'm going to teach you today. So those are the kind of things that we do, and those we want to inspire that love of science, and all of our people love science. So, Drew, I'm done. Do y'all have any questions? You got a kind of idea who you're working with. I thought, you all need to know who we are instead of just, blindly accepting my emails and saying I want to be there.
Are you all physically located on UK's campus?
No, we're not. We are actually just about 5 miles out the road here. That's why we picked here, because it was close. And everybody knows where the horse park is? Okay, we're kind of diagonally across from the horse park, across Ironworks Pike from the horse park. And if you're from Lexington and you know where the Berea Road soccer fields are, they're right behind our building, our buildings. So if you got any questions about this or whatever, or you want somebody to come visit, talk to your class, we can usually arrange that. Please don't call me up and say you got 148 or 175 students that you want to bring on X day. So, anyways.
Ready to go?
Okay. Are you all ready?
Sure. All right.
Did you all get the Wi-Fi thing? No. Okay. If you go into Hilton Meetings, and the password is Premium 2021, and I think it's a capital P. I haven't done it yet. Did you do it?
Yes, I did it.
Okay. There it is. It's a little p. Lowercase p.
Yep.
Okay, there it is in case anybody.
It's gonna be okay.
It's going to be okay. Can I have my water?
No.
Like I said, that's the theme of this thing. It's going to be okay.
All right. First off, welcome. Glad you all are here. Just like I've told Shiela, it's going to be okay. That is the message that I would send you all year long. There's going to be times where you're like, what did I get into? It's going to be okay. There's one major rule that Devin and myself have. You can freak out when you see us freaking out. And we've pretty much seen it all at this point. I hope we don't see more than all. People starting to push that limit a little bit, but we find ways to make it work. So to kind of get into it, first I want to show you what the end result looks like. Because, we're going to go through and we're going to teach you how to build these cars today. We're going to try to show you some things that are going to help get your kids excited. But hopefully this does a little bit to get you excited. All right. Is that what you were expecting? First and foremost. How many of you, like, when you heard this, you had an expectation in your head, and you're like, okay, this is definitely a little bit more than what I was expecting it was going to be. Because when I first got introduced to this, I thought it was a recycling program. I was like, look, oh, middle school math teacher. I was like, I'm not the guy that's gonna collect your bottle caps. You know, do that. Like, they said, no. This is very different. So, a little bit about me. So my name is Drew. You call me Hey You, Ginger. You know, whatever you want. Go with it. I am the president of GreenPower USA. I have been doing this program since May. I think it says May on there of 2014. I actually was asked to run the pilot program back 7 short years ago. It seems like it's been 100. But I was asked to run this pilot for middle school students. So I took about 13 kids, and you'll actually get to meet one of them tonight. She's going to speak to you all. She's a student down at UAB as a biomedical engineering student, and can't get away from this because I keep roping her in and finding more things, and she loves it. But like I said, we have competed across the country. I've actually taken kids, and Devin and I have both taken kids to England to compete. We've raced at a little racetrack called the Indy Motor Speedway. If you've ever heard of that, you know, Indy 500, we actually got to go there, which was really awesome. I helped develop the curriculum for the middle and high school because that's what my background is. And, I've basically done this so many times now where I learned something new. Like, you all are about to learn a lot. It's going to seem like I'm giving you information through a fire hose, but we learn something at every single event we do moving forward, even trainings. This is the first teacher training we've actually done in like 3 years. COVID aside, right now, just to let you know a little bit about our organization, you are looking at the staff of GreenPower USA. Yeah, this is it. So when you call, that's who you're calling. This picture is actually a picture of me and my oldest child. She did the Goblin program for 2 years at her school and got to race in her first middle school race beginning of May. And so, proud dad moment. She started in the back, and out of, I think they had 14 cars in their heat that time, she went from 14th to 4th. So for about 15 minutes, I got to I told everyone in the whole thing, I said, look, I know I'm running this, but I'm dad for 15 minutes. And so I was cheering her on, but she's been doing a great job with it and loving it. And she's one of those kids that I always get feedback from. And she's brutally honest. She's 13 and starting to get that fun little personality. That's what we're going to go with. So I'm the father of 3. I got 3 girls, 13, 10, and 8. My wife and I have been married for 15 years, and we live in Huntsville. So, and I'm going to introduce now my partner in crime, Devin. I have to give a little bit of a background on this picture. We don't get to take many pictures together at events because we're running all the time. Not like bad running, but just moving. And we were at a race in Chattanooga, and Shiela, this wasn't the one you went to because
you weren't there.
you didn't need a kayak to get through everything.
No.
But it was raining so hard that the kids, what happens when kids see a puddle? They jump in it, they kick it, put them in a car, and show them a bigger puddle. Let's just say they had fun. But this picture was taken in that, and it's actually, I made it a meme because, do y'all remember, it was about a year or so ago, it was the feeling cute. I might do this later or whatever. Some of y'all know what I'm talking. Well, I made one. I was like, feeling cute. I might fix your GreenPower car later. And that Devin is the technical guy. Like, if you have a very technical question, he's your guy. So I'm gonna let Devin introduce himself, talk a little bit about what he's done. You want to come over here so that we can all hear you clearly. So Devin Bain, everybody.
So as Drew said, I'm Devin Bain. Started with GreenPower when that guy drugged me into it. I was doing some other things, and he needed a tech guy to come help him out with some more advanced stuff in the program that he used to run for the school system at home. And I enjoyed it and started helping out more and more, and now I'm running it with Drew. So he was the one that drugged me into it, like I said, a couple years ago. And, we went over to England with the group of kids. We went to Indy. And I think he's the only person that's been to more races than me, only because he started a couple years before me.
It's not a competition.
Yeah, I'll never win that. But it's seeing the kids, like, the access to things and the learning opportunities they get is really what pulled me to the program, because they get to use tools. And, I was fortunate. My dad taught me, soccer, and so I tore apart every lawnmower he ever bought. But a lot of kids don't get that. And so getting them to be sufficient and, just understanding basic mechanics things is really wonderful. And to get them curious about how to make the car faster. And my best moment with GreenPower was the beginning of this past year. First day introductions. Why are you here? Why are you in this GreenPower class? And I had one little girl, her hand shot up. I want to build race cars. And I was like, yes. But they do get excited about it, and they get bit by the GreenPower bug and they want to go faster. Well, how do we go faster? Well, that's when you can start bringing in the knowledge base and, okay, well, you need to go research this. Because we make the kids do all the effort. Well, what if you do this? My favorite answer is, Mr. Bain, can we do this? I don't know, it's your car. Can you? What do the rules say? Make them go do it. And we'll try it. Makes it faster. We'll do it in a race. If not, we'll say, why didn't it work? And then reevaluate. But it's just a wonderful program to let them do that. But yeah, that's...
So Devin's going to be your, he and I'll both be in there with you, working and teaching you everything. But if at any point you have like a very, very technical question, because sometimes you don't know it until you do it, he's your guy. So he's going to go in and make sure we've got everything set up, pretty much set up. But before we get too far into the training part of everything, the one thing I want to make sure you all fully understand is this is very informal, okay? If you've got a question, ask it. Okay, don't hesitate. There's no bad question. We've heard almost all of them. And it doesn't matter what you call something. I had someone ask me about the big silver wheel on the car one time. I had no idea what she was talking about. So I said, can you take a picture? And when she did, it was the brake disc. But she called it the big silver wheel. So, call it whatever you want. Give me as much description as you can, and everything will be fine. So the first thing we're going to go into is I want to talk a little bit about the curriculum. So if you'll go to the section 4 of your manual. Because I know we're about to. I wanted to kind of let you all know a little bit about this. One of the things that I'm not going to go too far into this, because I know a lot of you, you're familiar with basically reading a lesson plan overview. We've all done that a time or two at least. So the way that this curriculum was developed, we had a team of elementary teachers go in and come up with supporting activities that go along with our program. Okay? So what you can do, you flip through and you can see they've got the standards. Now, when we built these, it was in Alabama. So we used the Alabama standards. And I know, what was it? How many years ago did they switch over to next gen? Of course, right after we made this is when they switched over to next gen. So, I was like, of course, yeah, that's how education works. You figure something out and they change it on you. But the meat of it's there. Now, I say that to say this. We are about to actually start rolling out some more, we're revamping our curriculum a little bit, but this is a very good starting point for activities to do with your kids. One of the more popular ones are the spaghetti racers, and you build little, I think it's rubber band race cars out of pasta, and you see who can go the furthest. Kids have a blast with that one. And so all of the activities in here, they give you, the objectives, the materials, vocab, give you that timeline of how long you need to prepare for this, and give you all the information that you need all within this document. Now, something else that we're going to be doing as far as our national program is concerned, is there's going to be a place on our website, GreenPowerUSA.net, that you'll have to log in, create an account, log in, and you'll have access to more materials. And since you all are brand new, like you'll get this first year as part of your kit, we're actually for the first time implementing a membership like affiliation fee to help support and kind of grow, because Devin and I also have full-time jobs on top of everything else that we're doing. And so we're trying to get more and more resources available so that we can give you all better supports and give you better materials to help you with everything you're doing in your class. And that even goes into video tutorials on how to put something together, or, hey, this broke, here's how you fix it. So we're trying to put all those things together, but a lot of that takes, we don't want to just do like a cell phone video and, we want it to be somewhat professional. But, again, something that your kids can follow. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to do all of this. So what I'd highly recommend you all doing is, look over this curriculum. See if there's some activities in there that you think you and your kids would enjoy doing. Do you have to go and do it? This one's first. Do that? No. Do it however you want to do it. You run your team, you run your program how you want to run it. There's no wrong way. Unless you're like, putting rocket boosters on it and, doing all sorts of stuff that are against the rules. But I want to make sure we've got most of this training. I'm really going to push on the build, because it is going to take us some time to build those. So I want to make sure we get our hands on the cars as quickly as possible. So all of the lessons, like I said, are set up and laid out for you in a very easy to follow fashion. So does anybody have any questions about specific curriculum, like the lessons?
It's not about the lessons, but is GreenPower requiring these applications and parent permissions separate from whatever we would require at school, or is that optional?
That's optional. So the applications, something you are going to run into, and Shiela touched on this a little earlier. This program, a lot of times, there's a misconception that this program is for your gifted students only. And I would highly recommend you take that and wash that out of your head. Once you put a picture, a video of what you are doing in your school, how many of your kids do you think are going to want to sign up? And I'm telling you, once you actually get it built and the first group of kids start driving it, you may have 15 kids that first year. You're going to have 20 to 30 the second year. And you're going to get to a point, and this is not me doing a sales pitch to you. We have seen this at teams across the country. It happens very quickly.
My high school team last year has 2 kits, and we're building a 3rd car, a full custom car. So that's 3 under 1 teacher. That's a lot, especially for first-time teachers. But there will be times when you'll have another teacher in your school, and y'all will both have a team. Because there will be that demand from the kids. They will love doing it.
Yeah, this is something that catches with them quickly. And like I said, once you actually get yours built and the kids in the school see you start driving it, it's a game changer. Yeah.
Okay, is there a limit, if you've never done this before, because I've never, but is there a limit on the students that you should take the first time?
So I always tell first year participants, and raise your hand if you're first year, that's pretty much everybody in here. So you're in good company. A good number that I've always been comfortable with saying to start off is about 10 to 15 kids that you trust. That's your starting group. Okay? Now, you heard a very key word in there, trust. Okay? I didn't say the smartest. I didn't say the ones that are your, they do everything. They're part of every club and everywhere. No. The kids that this will be a benefit to. We have had, I talked about how I have 3 girls. My 10-year-old has autism. We have kids on the spectrum who do this and excel because you give them a task That's their job, and they do it very well. We have kids who can't read, who turn into the leaders of the team because it's not reading information. They've learned how to communicate, and you all know who I'm talking about. The troublemakers in your classroom might be your strongest team, lead. We've had kids who this has turned them around. Like, we had one student who was, I don't know what you all call it up here. That the new transition to the positive reinforcement on discipline. We call it PBIS back home. And same thing. So, this kid was always in trouble. And teacher called me and said, "Hey, I've got a kid that I really want to do this. What do you think?" So, well, tell me about him. And this is a kid who, very vocal, very, honestly disrespectful, would throw the whole class off. So give him a chance and explain to him, like, hey, I'm giving you a shot here. Like, I'm putting some faith in you. That kid completely did a 180. And like, that was the reason he came back to school. And all of his teachers were like, what did you do? Gave him a job. And that, there's stories like that everywhere. So to kind of go back and answer that question, 10 to 15 is good, but I wouldn't stay there. It's your team. Do what you're comfortable with. We have some that, how many of you are like Title I schools? Okay, great. So, a lot of times, like, your after school participation is limited because of transportation issues, right? Okay. We've had some schools that literally had like 4 kids on the team. I don't like that, but if that's what you can do, that's what you can do. Like, we don't have a requirement that says, oh, you have to have 10 to participate. No. You got to have enough that you're comfortable with. Don't go too big without some help, because you all know if you have a class of 30, the car you have seen when you walk past it, could you imagine 30 kids standing around that? No, that sounds like a nightmare, right? So you kind of have to be strategic in how you pick your teams, and I'm going to kind of help go through some things that might help you with that. And you're not only looking for kids who are good with tools and are good racers. Little competitive advantage for you. Small kids do really well in this program. Just throwing that out there. I always ask the kids when I go and see them, I said, okay, who would win in a race? If we both got in the exact same car, who would win, me or you? And they're like, oh, you would because you're a better driver. It's like, oh, you're sweet. I said, how much do you weigh? They're like, 70 pounds. I said, I weigh 225. They're like, wait a minute. And you can see the wheels start to spin. And, I look at the kids, I'm like, push me. Like right now, push me. And, they grunt. I'm like, you think you're going to grunt when you have to push the 70-pound kid? No. There you go. You grunting is what your motor's going to do if I get in that car. And so they start to, oh, okay. Well, then they start looking around at all the small kids in the room. And let's think about it. We call this an academic sport because it's what it is. How many of your small kids are usually picked last for most sports? They are now the superstars. They're the jockeys. Middle school and high school, we see people recruiting like cheerleaders all the time. Like, we have one team that I swear that's just what he does. He and the cheerleading sponsor have like teamed up, and they've got all sorts of kids, and it works. And they have a blast. Something else we've seen a big influx in with this program is girls. We have a ton of girls who do this, who excel in it, and really turn into the leads. I'd say probably some of our best volunteers that we get are our female alumni. They're the ones that always come out and do a phenomenal job. But get the kids that you want to get the kids that are going to have fun with it and that'll benefit from it. As you progress, you'll be able to feel your comfort level may increase. You may want to buy another car. I'd highly recommend it.
Can I have something there? One of the things that I haven't talked to you all much about it is this is a year-to-year grant with the energy cabinet that I've got. Typically, they only fund grants for 5, 6, 7 years or something like that. We do have a plan that you all will be our first, and as I mentioned, next year we will be trying to recruit middle schools and then on up to high school. Tomorrow morning you'll hear Ashley Runyon talk about the energy cabinet and what they're trying to do with some career pathways in Kentucky with energy. So, but one of the things that I'm doing in the background, and you will hear from one of them tomorrow, is I'm talking to the electric utilities across the state. They're very interested in this because they're looking at electrification and what the utilities are going to have to do to be able to charge all the cars that you all and everybody's going to buy. They're very interested in this program. They want to grow the program, their electric vehicle marketing program. I will be talking to, and I haven't found out yet if there's like an association in Kentucky of the auto dealers. But I'm going to talk to auto dealers, Hitachi and Harrisburg, I think, battery manufacturers. I'm going to be talking to basically the industries in Kentucky to get them excited about the program. And I guess what I'm telling you is that the state money is going to go away at some point. And I've already had one school ask if they can have 2 cars. And right now, I don't think I can fund that, but I'm trying to build that, one, for sustainability of this program in the future to get, people in Kentucky. That's one of the reasons I'm very excited about the Deputy Secretary coming tomorrow. But, so, you all will be raising some money to support your club. I'm not giving you the helmets, for example. I mean, because, you got big heads, little heads. Drew and I have talked about that. But, to buy different helmets, they're cheap. What you said, they're about $50, Drew, something like that. But that's something that, that you all can put into your program. It's for the kids to raise money for that. But I'm trying to basically develop industries in your area that you all can go to if you want another car. And I know that some of the electric utilities have said, we'll buy cars. And, I don't have that in writing yet, so I can't tell you, who those are. But like with East Kentucky Power, I know some of you all are from East, I used to work for them, that's, talking about them. But I would like to work with them to get at least 1 car in each of their co-op service territories. So those are the things that I'm doing. Duke Energy is very interested. Big Rivers is very interested. TVA supports it down south, so I think the TVA people. So I'm trying to do that and help you all and give you avenues to easily raise money for your clubs and possibly buy more cars. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's something where, a little bit about going kind of back to Devin is going to basically be taking over the ordering in our store and all that stuff. So, like, you'll be talking with him if you've got those kinds of questions. And if, he's gotten busy or something, like, you can always reach out to me. Like I said, when we give you our contact information, like, you're calling our cell phone. Like, you were getting us. You're not going to be getting like a, answering service. Like, you're contacting us. So we'll help you with those. Like Shiela said, helmets. We order through Daytona Helmets, and they have some great ones for like $50. And we've done stuff with them. You probably call them and say, hey, we're trying to get helmets for our GreenPower team. You can give them GreenPower USA. You can give them my name. Like, they'll look up what kind. And I'll share all that information with you. But we sell them in our store, but they just released their new catalog, so I've got to update the prices, so it's actually cheaper and it works out better for you all. So we could order it for you, but that's who we go through. And you can go to like local, like, how many of you have like a motorcycle dealer close by to you or something, go to contact them and say, hey, we got this program. You got some helmets? We'll throw your logo on our car. You'd be amazed how many people, as long as you are at walking advertisements for them, they'll give you what you want. And send the kids. They can't say no to them as easily as they can say it to you and me.
Well, that's actually part of the structure of the program.
Right.
For you all to raise money, the kids, not you all, the kids to raise money to support their club.
And that goes back to the sustainability aspect of this. You know, it's a lot easier to get, you know, Shiela and her group have been very amazing with the plan that they've got to help get cars everywhere. But I'd say to maintain your car, $200, maybe. Like, once you purchase this, as long as you take care of everything, it's very, like you're replacing tires. You know, just like you do on your vehicle. Or so many miles, you're going to have to switch them out. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. So we'll kind of move into the next part of it because I want to make sure we get at least into unbox before lunch. So a couple of things that we do within this program is we try to always put education at the center. You all have been a part of science fairs. You've been a part of competitions. What generally happens when you have a competition aspect on something in the science field? Who is more involved? Some people laugh because you know what I'm going to say. The adult or the kid? The parents. I say this with love. Parents are my biggest nightmare at any GreenPower event. I love them. I'm so thankful for them. But we actively try to set it up so they're out of our way. Like, we actually at one event built like barriers. We tell them you can't come in because this is a kids program. This is theirs. Let them do it. But you will see how easy it is for an adult to get handsy, you know. And we see a lot of retired and, you know, grandparents who are like, oh, I can help out. Let them help. That's great. Don't let them take over. You know, if there's a problem that they can only solve, and Devin and I will show you, there are some aspects of this that require adult strength, just to be honest with you. But there's nothing wrong with getting help. That's what I did. I didn't know how to do stuff, so I called someone that did. I said, you can figure this out. I don't have to worry about it. But one thing we do in our programs is we actually implement a presentation at every competition we have. This presentation can be a trifold board. It can be a PowerPoint, Google Slides submission. It can be an on-day interview or presentation, face-to-face. Anything that we can do to get the kids to present what they have learned, what they hope to learn, or we give them some really fun topic to expand on. We've done some where, you know, we said, like, you know, hey, make a recruitment video or make a recruitment poster for next year to get more kids into it. You'd be amazed how excited those kids are to make something like that. And so we try to do things. This is a part of our competition. Like, you get graded on this. You would get a rubric before that competition. So the event that we're going to have, we will send out a rubric to you, and you and your kids will go through it, and you will create something based off of that rubric. And you will get scored on it. It's one of the 4 scored categories in our races. Any questions on the presentation? We try to do the face-to-face live, like just like I'm doing right now, because how important is that public speaking aspect of things? Problem is as our program has grown in popularity, when you have, like, we had an event where we had 60 cars. Even if you do like a 5-minute presentation, that's a long time. And getting judges to sit for that long is very hard. And then everyone's like, well, I want to make sure we get judged with the same judges so there isn't a difference. People get super competitive. Kids could care less. But the adults, they really, you know. And that's okay. So that's what we try to do again. That's 1/4 of your score on race day. Okay. The other ones will come from something I'm going to show you in a second. Rules and regulations. Now, this is right here, like one of the biggest things that I can highly recommend to you is, and I'm going to make sure all of you have this presentation. I'm going to put it on a flash drive and give it to you so that you have it. I'll email it to give it to Shiela, and she can send it out to everybody. You'll have access to this, so don't feel like you have to remember all of this.
Well, and that's why you've got the guys videoing, because we wanted to capture every bit of this. So we're trying to be as helpful as we possibly can.
So the rules and regulations are very basic for the Goblin level. Basically, build it as you get it in the kit. Like, don't deviate from it. You can't. When I say gear ratio, how many of you know what I'm talking about? Okay, great. Love that, because it helps me out. So, how many of us had that little gear game for our kids? You know, where you put the different gears and you spin one and it spins them all. Put a bigger gear. You don't have to spin, that mentality. Think about that. Bigger gear ratio, generally you go slower. Smaller gear ratio, you go faster. Okay? That's the gist of it. We don't let people change that ratio that's on the car, because then everybody's got the exact same thing. Everyone has the same motor. Everybody's got the same batteries. So it boils down to a couple of things, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure, honestly, the kids just build a functioning vehicle. Did they learn through that? Did they follow the instructions? But we do have rules and we do have regulations, because we have very competitive people who like to push that envelope a little bit. So this kind of keeps them at bay. But if you have a question, we actually have a way for people to reach out. You just email rules@greenpowerusa.net. Our rules committee will evaluate what you have, and we'll go from there. Okay? But it's on our website. Everything can be found on our website. You just go to the Goblin section, and boop, there it is. Okay? Probably after July 1st, you'll have to log in to get to that part. Everything up to this point's been open access, like anybody. You can get to it right now if you wanted to on our website. But July 1st is kind of when we start over with the new year, new stuff. And we are going to have, while I'm thinking about it, a virtual conference on the 14th through 16th on Zoom. Links on our it'll be on our website, so you can sign up for that. Over the next 2 days, I'll give you some stuff so you can sign up and make sure you're following along with what we're putting out there. But we're going to have different things out there for you all to attend. If you want to learn something, talk to other Goblin coaches, we're going to have a session for that. So we like to make sure everyone's taken care of in our GreenPower family.
Can I add something there?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep doing this. But one of the things that I've been thinking about doing, like our speaker tomorrow is going to be from East Kentucky Power. And he's going to talk about the big picture of electric vehicles, what's going on in the industry and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to occasionally bring in people like that. We may have, like a Zoom or post it on our website once we get up, and you all can use it if you want. But more of the big picture of what's going on, not just GreenPower related, but to help educate you all in general on the whole industry.
So, but yeah, we're ultimately going to make sure we're trying to do everything that we can to give everyone support. Okay, give everybody the supports they need. All right. So, in addition to that rules and regulations talk, scrutineering sounds like a fun word, right? Try to get your kids to say that on the first try. Safety inspection. That's what that is. Okay. We go through on these Goblins. It's a 23-point inspection. Before every event, we will go through and check literally everything on the car to ensure it's safe. We will not put a car out on the track that is unsafe to not only your students, but the safety of the other students. And I will say this, Devin and I have spent countless Friday nights being Santa's little helpers. And if there's a car that's got a major issue, we work with that coach and try to come up with a solution to get those kids race ready. So we've never had any issues that we couldn't fix in a night. But, just to let you know, we do go through a very thorough inspection. These cars are ridiculously safe. Okay, they are built like tanks, and you will find out very soon. Hopefully you don't find out with your shin. Never stand in front of a 10-year-old going about 10 to 15 miles an hour. It hurts. But that form that we use is also going to be on our website. So again, that's your source for everything. Go to the website and get that information. I'm going to try to go through. I got the race events we'll talk about, and then we'll take our break, and then we'll come back. Probably meet in there once we come back. So the big thing, the fun part for the kids. Okay, I talked about there's 4 scoring categories, right? So the first one is a presentation. Then there's 3 racing events. Okay, those 3 racing events are going to be scored as listed on this page. Okay, so a perfect score for a race is 400 points. That means you got 100 on your presentation, you got first place in all the 3 racing categories, and you're good to go. Okay, each place decreases by 5 points, and we add up your 4 scored categories. Does that make sense? Once we get down to like 10th place or lower, we cap it at 55 points, because we don't want, like I said, if we have 60 teams, you got negative scores, and that can get really defeating to a kid. But that, allows, I'll just be honest, if you're doing the math in your head, and if you got like 10th and everything, odds are you're probably not going to win, but there's still a chance. Do a really good presentation. Presentation turns into a very critical component at the middle and high school level. Like, pretty much has made or broken some races for people. But there's 3 race events: the drag, the slalom, and the circuit. Okay? So first, let's talk about drag race. We all know what a drag race is. We've seen it in the movies. Or some of you may have done it. I don't know. I'm not going to judge. No judgment here. So the drag race is basically a straight line race. You're going to go 120 feet straight. That's it. This event is for your kids that are very timid and are kind of scared. This is the one I'd put them on. Now, why would I put them on this one? They don't have to worry about any other turning. They don't have to worry about other cars. Because what we do is we basically make lanes that are divided with cones or barriers or something, and we create an environment so it's literally just them. And at the end of the day, you are racing against yourself. Are you racing your competitors? Yes. But you're going to get 3 attempts at the drag race. We take your best score of the 3. Now, if we were the only people there, we may do 4. We may do 5. Depends on what time we have. Does the driver have to be the same driver each time? No. I encourage you not to. Have 9, 10 kids ready to go. Okay? What you're going to get is you're actually going to get a kid that's going to push the car. So going back to thinking about your team dynamic, do you want your little, 60-pound teeny weeny kid pushing, or do you want me pushing? You want me pushing. That's that competitive advantage. So you get some of your bigger kids who have just as critical a role. They now are very important as well, because they help get that good push. They're going to get about a 10-foot pushing area. They let go of the car, and the car goes. Any questions on drag race? Okay. The next one's the most terrifying one. The slalom. Okay. You're going to weave in and out of cones. So again, this is why it's terrifying. Those kids have to do this. And so what we typically do is we do a very thorough explanation of what our expectations are at the time of the event. You'll be able to kind of see this. We always go to the left, so we try to position the kids so they have to go left of the first cone, and then they go right. Because if the kids are doing the same thing, they're less likely to eventually do this. Just a little note, that's how things started off. And we're like, yeah, we might want to, standardize this so that we don't have people almost hitting each other. So, learned our lesson. We figured it out. And it works out really well. Again, 3 attempts. So right now you're up to 6 drivers. Okay? Everybody gets a shot. And if you got a kid who just really wants to drive and we've got time, just come and say something. Hey, can we do one? Yeah, go ahead. We're here for the kids. We want them to have a good time. This is their PBIS party for building these cars. The last one's the circuit race. Now this one, I've got a little oval here, but it's not necessarily an oval. Do all of you have most elementary schools have like an 1/8 of a mile running track? Do you have like a track or like a parking lot, like a car line circle or something? If you've got a big enough piece of asphalt, you can do a circuit. It doesn't have to be an oval. You can have some turns in it. You can do whatever you want. Whatever the race organizers and directors state they're going to do, you'll know that ahead of time. Okay? So a lot of times, like, we don't even know what our circuit's going to look like until
We show up on Friday for a Saturday race.
we may have to change it depending on what it looks like. But typically what we try to do is we time like 1 or 2 laps. And again, you get 3 attempts at that. So you keep getting 3 attempts. So put your best effort in and then let the kids go out and have a good time. Any questions on the circuit? But that's basically just like a lap race.
How long is it? Is it
It can be anywhere from, like I said, 1/8 of a mile to, we've had some that are almost like half a mile, it seems.
The Goblin race I just did in Decatur, we did a full quarter-mile track.
Yeah.
That's what we had. It didn't have speed bumps on it. So
Yeah.
That's what we used.
So it really can vary. Like I said, these things will go about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So it's fast enough that you can't run next to it for an extended period of time, but you could keep up with it for a little bit. You can actually, there's a way to hook up one battery and go really slow that you can stay with it. But yeah, it really just kind of depends. So like if you're practicing and stuff, just, put them out there. And what we do with this one is we actually space the kids out. So like we'll release a car, wait about 5-7 seconds, release the next car. And, we try to keep it from having them get close to each other, but we all know what happens. At some point, they're going to. Somebody's car is going to go slower. Somebody's car is going to go faster. It just happens. So we tell the kids, hey, if you're going to pass on the right. Again, what happens? Do kids always follow the directions? No. These don't have horns on them. So a lot of times the kids forget that. And they're like, oh, there's someone coming. And they try to block them and they collide. It happens. It's not a if, it's a when. Okay? Again, these things are built for safety. They're going to be fine. The parents will freak out more than anyone else. If something happens, that's what Devin's there for on race day, to get you back out there. But that's the racing events. So any questions on that?
Battery lasts for every event, or the charge it?
No, so from the charging perspective, you're not really going to find a charger out there that's going to charge you as quick, like get you even any capacity back in that short amount of time. These will last the whole race, all 9 race sessions, all day without any issues. Our middle and high school competitions run an 1.5-hour endurance race, and they're going 20 to 25 miles an hour. So that's their race, and they last that long with those. You're probably going to run your car, I'd say maybe 15, 20 minutes.
It wouldn't be more than 30.
Yeah, for the whole day. Now, with that being said, make sure you show up with charged batteries. But you shouldn't have any issues. Now, we do have some rules about when you can change a battery for you all. We call them straight line events. That's your drag and your slalom. We like you to run the same set of batteries for both of those, but then you can do a battery swap and put new batteries in to do the circuit. How competitive do you want to be? That's the question that you basically ask yourself.
And for y'all to do that, you have to purchase 2 additional batteries because the kits that y'all have only
So, it again goes back to how competitive do you and your kids want to be. Your kids are going to want to beat everybody. Just going to be honest. It's going to happen. Some principals get really into this. Tell you a little story about a principal getting a little overboard. So we're doing the drag race. Flag goes down, timer starts, kid crosses the finish line. What should they do? Stop, right? Yeah, you should stop. There's nowhere else to go, right? We put safety walls, safety barriers up. Not this kid. Straight into it, like full speed, like smacked it. Smile the size of Texas on his face. So happy. I talked to the kid. I was like, you can't do that. Like, you gotta stop. Remember, your left hand is my best friend. I'm trying to protect all my people. And next kid comes around, same school, same thing. Like, okay. So I go over, and the principal and the teacher are standing there. I said, do your brakes not work? I said, Devin, check the brakes. He goes, no, they work. The principal goes, I told him not to use it. and you think about it, because a lot of times if you tell the kids, brake when you hit the finish line, again, that competitive advantage, if you pull the brake too soon, slower time. So he told the kids, just blow through it. He said, that thing will stop you. That's what it's there for.
This is a 5 foot tall, bright orange jersey barrier that's 6 foot wide and just straight into it.
And I looked at the press. I said, you can't tell the kids that. Come on, man. And so, we went back and we talked kids. I said, you have to use your brakes. And they started doing it after that. But every time I see that principal, he's like, I didn't tell him. I was like, thank you. I thought the kids were going to be the biggest problem today, and it's you. But no, again, everything that you do, make sure your kids are the ones that are making the decisions. Make sure they're the ones that have input. Let them make the driver layout of who's going to do what. They have fun with it. Give them ownership of everything. The faster you do that, the less headaches you're going to have. Find a really good kid that can kind of be the lead and mentor that one. But that's kind of how that goes. So any other questions on the race side of things?
I just am wondering about how much does this weigh? Is it we need a pickup truck to load it in, transport?
Okay, so the car, once you get it built and you put the bodywork and stuff on it, the bodywork will be on this tomorrow, I think, is the plan. We'll have the body on it. I'd say maybe 110, 115 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
Without batteries. I say that without batteries.
Most of
I
the
would
time,
never lift this with batteries.
we get kids to carry it through, like out of the school. You can collapse the roll bar and walk it through doors, even if you don't have wide doors. Make the kids carry it.
Yeah, we'll show you how to do all of those things, because I know like we have double wide doors. We'll be able to just wheel the car out. Some of you don't. You have your standard 38 inch or 40 inch door. We'll show you how many people watch Friends in here? Pivot. Yeah, we'll show you how to do that. But these cars are actually designed to make it easier. This will fit. I actually have a picture that I'm going to show you all later. I drive a Honda Pilot. I put it in the back of my Honda Pilot. Middle and back seats down. No problem. Most of the time you see it in the back of a pickup truck. It's fine.
We all buy, we hauled ours in my pickup truck, except we have 150 up there. They had to keep the tailgate down, so make sure it's tagged. It doesn't all fit in the bed because the gate, so you need to have straps or a bunch of cord or something just to make sure.
And we do have some schools like that down in Georgia. There's one district that's like all in. He bought trailers. When I say all in, I mean, he jumped in head first, holding bowling balls. I was like, man, that's awesome. So they're actually helping build us a trailer so we can have one. But
I want one too.
hey, wait! I wish our trailer would have been down, because we would have brought it and it would have been really nice and fancy. We're excited. I think we're more excited about the fact that it's HVAC controlled, so we don't have to freeze or be burning up.
It's not going to be a hot box.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's very easy to transport, and we'll show you all that stuff as well. So, I think we're due for a break. Little history on this picture. That's me laying down. We had RF24. That's what the middle and high school category is called. Is like I said, hour and a half long races, and we typically run about 4 or 5 a day. So do the math. I mean, we start at like 8 in the morning, and we usually don't get done till like 7 at night. And so like I was exhausted because Devin and I usually get like 3 hours of sleep that night before it. And so like we were ahead of schedule, which rarely happens. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna take a little rest. And someone snapped a picture. And actually, the first car on the left, you want to take a guess where that team's from? This is in Huntsville, Alabama. Scotland. Came all the way down to, they wanted to come race with us. So, and their car is a car top carrier.
That's the body of it.
That's the body of it. They built the innards of the car inside of a car top carrier. It's the coolest thing ever.
I guess this picture's a testament back to your trust.
Oh yeah, no. All of these kids know, like that bright green shirt. Don't mess with the bright green shirt. Like he turns into an angry elf when you mess with him. So as long as they feed me and do that, then we're good. So all right, so we'll take 10-minute break, and we'll meet. How about let's meet in here, and because I'll show the build stuff, the manuals, and then we'll go over there. Does that work? So 10 minutes, we'll be right back here. One. Nope, she's in here. She's here. Okay. Missing one? One?
Just one. Oh, we're
Nope.
missing 2.
2.
We're missing 2.
Yeah. So. Well, Shiela, do you want to go ahead and do the introduction?
Okay, I wanted to introduce, we had another one of our board members walk in. Some of you all probably know her, Karen Rieger. Some of you all have probably been through her program, her summer program, and used some of her curriculum. Yes. And,
It's the NEED project, Kentucky NEED project.
She's with the Kentucky NEED project, and if you all have not ever taken advantage of it, I suggest that you do. It's an awesome program. She's got a 3-year cycle of
That money's gone.
that money's gone. So all right.
We used to do a week-long energy tour 3 years in a row, East, Central, and West. But that money's gone.
Okay, so she's on our program. Also, I wanted to talk about another person. Drew's been talking about races. We don't have a location for our race yet that will be coming. I mean, we've got people in Callaway County, Pike County, Mansfield, Southern Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky. I want to do it someplace central, so, you know, everybody's not traveling, you know, forever to get to a race. But one of the things, one of our dreams is one of the people on our board is Deb Howard. You all may know her. She is at the Corvette Museum. They do have a track there, and she is all in at some point to have a race. Another place is Toyota has a test track, and I haven't talked to them. We started talking to Toyota to try to get them in. And then the Kentucky Speedway, we've got that. Kenya is dying to have one at the Kentucky Speedway. So ultimately, we may be there. One of the things that you haven't talked about yet is our first races, because he's talked about Scotland coming to his race. Our first races, and we got to figure out how long that's going to be until we figure out what we're doing, will be closed. So it will be just you all, just the Kentucky team. And you will be racing under your school name. As we get better, and if you all, even though we are not opening up our races to other states or other schools outside the state to come, I think you all can still go race other places. So you can take your car and go to Chattanooga or go to Huntsville and race or whatever, outside of this program. And that's one of the reasons that we have branded this the Jenny B program, and we're marketing that way, because when you do go to one of his races in Huntsville, you will be racing under your school name, but you will also be racing under the Jenny B program, which is statewide program. So it's a little bit of branding for our program. So, ultimately the people from Huntsville, I have a dream, say, oh gosh, Kentucky's going to be here, we're in trouble. So that's kind of where we're going. And it will be Jenny B all the way up through high school.
How many races are we gonna have?
There will be one per year right now. I mean, they get to race all year round. They're in Huntsville, Alabama. You can't race these in the snow. You can race them in the rain.
Oh yeah.
In the rain, but it's going to be weather dependent. Chattanooga races, I've been down there in November. They have raced early November. And if you go on their website, you see races, but look at where those races are. He ultimately wants me to race twice a year, but we got to figure it out though.
And
What time of year that's gonna be?
It will be at the end of the school year somewhere, so we got to work around testing and all of that. So we got to work all that out.
But yeah, we'll be there to support, and you'll see Devin and I at the race. We'll be there.
Yeah, they're going to run the first race. We've got a lot of education to learn to do this, to be able to, like Chattanooga now has races and they're not there.
Yeah,
It's going to be a lot.
we get to go and just kind of hang out. It's kind of nice when we get to do those. But
Go ahead.
all right, so we're gonna get ready to get into the build. We're gonna go and think. What time we have lunch, Sheila?
At
12. So we got, we'll have about 45 minutes or so to unbox, and then we'll come in here for lunch. Biggest thing that I want everyone to know when we're doing the build: safety first. Like, obviously, don't do something that's going to hurt you or people you're building with. Second rule: if you don't know something, ask before you do it. There are some tools. I don't mean this in a mean way, but I assume everyone doesn't know what a screwdriver is until you tell me or show me that you do. Because I made that mistake once, and this lady felt really upset, that I basically called her out because she didn't know what a flathead screwdriver was. So I made an assumption. So I don't make that assumption anymore. I'm just like, hey, no one knows what anything is. We're just going to have fun with it. So if you have a question specifically about a tool, don't use it until someone's shown you, like, hey, okay, this is what you need to do. Because there are some times where you may see something that you thought looked different, or you've used something different. So that's just something that I've kind of done over trainings. Just be careful with that. And then the last thing is, have fun. If you do something wrong, it's okay. Okay? I've been to a school where kids built the car backwards, literally. It's okay. All right. Don't panic. This may be overwhelming for some of you. It's not. Okay. I think with kids, you can get this car built in about, I'd say 10 to 15 hours of build time. Just put that into perspective. If it takes you 20, guess what? It took you 20. If it takes you 5, it took you 5. I would not recommend using power tools. We have some, but you will not see us use them unless we absolutely have to. There's only one place on the car that you will need a hammer. Other than that, you won't need a hammer ever. Like, you shouldn't have to be banging something on these cars. It's a lot of sockets. How many of you put together erector sets? Very similar to that. Have you ever built IKEA furniture? Very similar to that, just you can actually read and follow the directions. So in section 5 of your notebook, is the actual manual itself. We are going to do things slightly different than the order that you see on this, and you're going to find out the reason why as we go through. Devin and I will be trying to basically guide you through this. So make notes, do anything you want. This is yours, right on it. You know, if you have a question, ask. You're going to, well, you're teachers. You know how this works. You know how you always show your kids something and then you show them the easier way to do it later? I'm going to I went through and actually put together Google slide, like walkthrough on how to build the car, and even laid it out to, let's see if I can get it. Like, no, it's very small print there. But you see how chassis, seat, you know, seat assembly, seat installation, seat belt, roll bar, steering column. Like, I go through and tell you, hey, how do you do this? Okay? And then the other part of it is, when you actually go into this, I've got it broken down into what's the diagram, what are some like pictures of what you're actually looking at, what parts do I need, and what tools do I need. So if you're doing this with your students, you can go ahead and have those things laid out. You know, one of the things that's going to be your biggest hurdle is time management with this. If you have stuff already kind of laid out for the kids, or you give a kid like you're the tool manager, you're the inventory, you know, the store manager, whatever, like they're in charge. No one gets a bolt without getting it through them. You know, you go ahead and have them all set up ready to go. Okay. But don't hesitate at any point during this to ask Devin and I for questions. What we're going to do is we're going to go in. I want you to kind of get to your station. We said 10 people. So what I want to do is have 2 groups of 3 and 2 groups of 2. Okay? If you know that you're not going to be here, please go, like if you're going to miss like, you know, this afternoon or tomorrow, go with the group of 3. That way we don't leave someone high and dry by themselves. Okay?
One leaving this afternoon and one coming this afternoon. So we'll just put.
So if not, yeah, we just need to make sure that they're there. The good thing about this is you are going to get a lot of work on the car. Usually when you get into like 5 or 6 people per car, you may not do something that someone else on your group did. So you're going to be able to see a lot more of what's going on. So what we're going to do is I just want you to go to kind of a station and then wait. You know, don't touch anything. Wait until Devin and I can kind of give you the lay of the land and tell you what's going to happen. Is the car back on the sawhorses? Okay, we can do that. We will have the built car on sawhorses so that you can come back and look at it. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to go through and unbox first. Like that's our biggest thing is let's unbox everything, figure out where, set up your station, and then after lunch we'll go in and we'll start getting into the build. So, questions?
Yes. Don't obliterate the boxes.
Save the boxes.
Okay, that answers the next question because we talked about that earlier.
I've got another room down here that we'll put them in to get them out of the way so we don't get too cluttered in there.
That's what he does. It's gonna be fine. All right, so we'll go in there and we're good to go. Okay. You probably don't need it for just the unboxing.
For right now, you won't. But when we come back after lunch and start the build, at least one person in every group, you'll want to have that build manual because we don't have a projector in there to be able to put a slide up. So you'll want to be working off of that paper copy.
Everybody might want to take theirs because
At least one per. At least one.
Yeah, but as we were building it, as Roger and I were building it, I was writing notes on all that kind of stuff. And on some of those pictures, you might want to go do this first.
Yes.
The voice of experience.
Think about it.
Yes.
People that build schematics are generally engineers, and they're not having to teach kids how to
Hey.
build. Just saying. Y'all do it for you. You don't have your audience in mind.
We did because we were.
Because your audience is engineers, not
Well,
10-year-olds.
because we were taught how to talk to fourth graders.
That's right.
And I will tell you, the people that give tours at CAER, they are the best ones that went through Christy's training on how to talk to a
All right, so this is Courtney Hogan. She is a teacher at Hampton Cove Elementary School in, I guess it's Owens Crossroads. Is that technically where it is? It's in Huntsville, essentially. Courtney has been doing GreenPower. You're on year 3, I think.
I'm having a hard time understanding you, Drew.
Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just have to talk a little bit louder your way. You're on year 3 now, right?
Yes.
So, a little bit of background on Courtney. She got voluntold to do this at her school, and in her first year, won the Goblin National Championship. So, she knows what she's doing. She's doing a great job with her kids. Was your team the team that had the fire?
Yeah, that was the year before me.
There we go. So something happened with their car. Somebody didn't tighten something appropriately, and it caused the relay to heat up, and then things happened. Everybody was okay. That kid was the coolest kid in school the next day. So, but I'm going to turn it over to Courtney, let her kind of tell the story from her end, and then we'll take questions. And so what we'll do is you'll ask me the question, I'll say the question into the mic, so Courtney can hear it as well, and then we'll go from there. So Courtney, it's all you.
All right. So I'm still having a little hard time understanding what you're saying through the mic, Drew. Did you say you want me to talk a little bit about it, or?
Yeah, go ahead and tell your story.
Okay, so as Drew was saying, I was voluntold. I got moved into a new grade level at my school, and my principal was brand new. And this is typically a 5th grade position or coaching position. So they came to me and they're like, "Hey, can you do it? Will you do it?" And they kept coming. And finally, I just was like, "Yeah, I guess I will," because no one else is. And I was very reluctant at first because as a new teacher, not even a teacher, but a new grade teacher, I needed to get my feet there, and then I also had to learn GreenPower. I didn't get a lot of training other than, emergency calling Drew, and he was like, "Okay, do this or do that." But we formed our team, and we worked really hard, and we came to our first race, and after our first race, I loved it. And I told my principal I wanted it the next year, and the next year, and I'll be doing it next year.
So how many kids did you have at the beginning?
When I first started, I had 15 kids. I found that was a little too much. So the next year, I tried to stay between 10 and 12, and that was still a lot, but it still gave everyone an opportunity to do, we would have drivers, we would have pushers, and then you can kind of weed out, because you've got those kids that are going to apply, and they might make the team, but they really don't know what they're getting into, and it's not for them. So then if they choose to leave, you've still got enough people.
Does anybody have any specific questions for her? I can keep interviewing her. We talk all the time about GreenPower. Does anybody have any questions specifically for her?
She said had students apply, so how did she kind of weed that down to 10 or 12?
Can you talk about your application process for how do you get it down to 10 to 12?
Yes. Is the application still on the website, Drew?
It was. They actually have one in their packets here.
Okay. My first year, Goblin, are these Goblin teachers or all?
Goblins.
Okay, perfect. Goblin is 4th through 6th grade, but at my school we only do 5th grade because it's a K-5 school. The 6th graders are in the middle school, and 4th graders can't drive a car, so we just do it on a 5th grade team. And so the first year I had them, we did an interest meeting, and I sent the applications to every 5th grade homeroom teacher. They sent it out to all the students, and the students would return it to me. They had to fill out why they wanted to be on the team, what characteristics that they could bring to be a team player. They also had to have a teacher referral. And so I started the application process by looking at how the teacher referred. So if they got all threes or fours, they went into the maybe pile. If they got lower scores, then they went to the no pile. And then I just had to kind of start weeding them out. After I did the teacher referrals, I read what the students wrote to determine the student that would be on the team. And then, once you pick those students, if they respond again with, here's what I need from you, I need this parent signature, or, we move forward, here's the first meeting, and then you've got your team from there. And then the second year, which is what I recommended doing, because what I found for my first year, it was early in the school year, and if you're all teachers, students are on their best behavior in the first month or two, and so their teachers that did not know them ranked them very highly. And so they got on the team, they were not team players, and there was students I had hard conversations with, if you're not being a team player, you're not following the rules, this is something you have to be super safe about. And one student, we ended up he had to leave the team because he wasn't doing what he was supposed to. So the second year, at the end of the school year, I sent the applications home, and they had to get their current fourth grade teacher referral. Because at that time, their teacher knew that student. Their real student had come out. So I got a more reflective application. The only caveat to that is the student that may come in new to the fifth grade team, or fifth grade, don't really have the opportunity to join the team. But I found that I had a closer knit team and more responsible students when I did it at the end of fourth grade versus their fifth grade teacher student referral.
Do you lose or gain any students during the year?
Yes, as I said, the first year I did lose a student. That was kind of a mutual decision. And then it just depends too on the event. So in Huntsville City, I say this is the one, when we host the event, I said this is the one event that is required. If you're gonna commit your time to this team, you need to be able to come to this race. If we have other travel times, like last year, 2 years ago now, we only got to go to Chattanooga because COVID stopped us from traveling. But I did not make it required for the team members to travel if they had other obligations. I highly encouraged it. This year with COVID, we only had one race. And so that was my stipulation. I was like, if you cannot dedicate once a week to practice and the day of the race, you cannot be on the team. And so there would be some of the kids that joined, and then we would talk and they'd say, oh, I have football practice, or I have something that day. We just kind of decided they had to make the decision, do you want to do this one race or do you want to do something else? But gaining throughout, I guess that could be a personal choice. That there's nothing wrong with it. You would just have to make sure they're trained efficiently before you put a new student behind the car.
I didn't know that only fifth graders could drive. Is that a rule in the program? I thought everybody could work fifth or sixth.
So she's asking about the difference between how Huntsville City does it just in fifth grade, but you touched on about it being grades 4 through 6. So if you want to kind of expand on that a little bit.
So is that just a Huntsville City rule?
Yes.
Okay. So Huntsville City, even though a Goblin program is 4th through 6th grade, Huntsville City will not allow the students in 4th grade to drive. They can be on the team, so they would just be there to do the support of learning the mechanisms and supporting their driving team.
Did her district tell her that, or how does she know?
So I'm going to answer this one because I know the background for the education side. So the school system, because we used to work in the same school system, and they got it stuck in their head because when the program was first created, it was only for 5th grade. But we felt that because that's where the standards best fit at that time, and then it started to weed into the 4th grade, and then we said, why don't we do 6th grade? And so we made it this broad spectrum because every school's different. But the leadership in Huntsville has kind of gotten stuck with that it's got to be a 5th grade thing. Now, I would recommend to any of my teachers in that Huntsville area, grades 4 through 6, you run the team how you run the team. If it comes up, it comes up. We don't check birth certificates at races. So as long as you don't show up with a toddler in the car, we're good. So yeah, right. But yeah, so that's a specific issue, but it is for grades 4 through 6. Courtney touched on a little bit. We have seen that you'd have to have a pretty mature 4th grader to do it. The problem with 6th graders is they're starting to get a little bigger, and it's not as competitive when they're going against kids that are, 20, 30 pounds lighter than them. But they still have fun. I'd say, 6th graders still have a pretty good time with it. So, was your team last year 6th grade kids?
They were, because I used my team from the year before, so that they were already trained, and we were not told until March that we would race in April. And so I didn't have time to get students to apply, filter through applications, effectively train and rebuild the car. So my team of last year had built the car. We were ready for race day, and then we did not get to race. So I reached out to all of them, and out of 12, I think I had 6 that joined the team for this year, and they were 6th grade.
Yeah, so because of COVID, her kids didn't, have that chance. And so a lot of teachers were saying, hey, is it okay if I use those same kids? I don't care. Like, show up with a car, like kids. That's what we care about. And I'd rather have kids that, put in that effort. You don't want to just have kids who inherited a built vehicle, because it was a little harder this year to, I think, build a car. So also joining us, and Courtney, Mary Beth. So Mary Beth Boyette has been doing this several years, and she has been one of the top teams as well in the country. So Mary Beth, thanks for joining us. She's down at the beach, so we're very appreciative of her time, even though she's down enjoying the sand. So any other questions that we have?
Was the science, is it like, she said she does this during club, so was the club time adequate enough to do all the curriculum in the binder, or did you find yourself supplementing this for your 5th grade classes and then just tuning in on certain things for your club?
So in Pencil City, they would have a specific GreenPower teacher that would come around to different schools. And she worked with the 5th grade, all 5th grade students, and she taught the 5th grade curriculum. And then I just had the students that had already had the curriculum, and they were now applying it. But I would say an hour. I met with my students an hour a week, and then closer to race week, we would meet 1 or 2 times a week, depending on the need. No, I do not think that was adequate enough to do the curriculum and what we need to do for it.
We have a lot of people that, may do during the day those curriculum activities, and then in the afternoon was build and race practice and that kind of stuff. So, other questions? Now's the time to ask. Could you give them either you, Mary Beth, give them some tips or some words of encouragement for getting started, because you know how overwhelming it can be at first.
I say if you've got it, find someone who parent support. Parent support was huge for me. I had dads and grandpas coming in and helping me and the students with the tools, because I am not a handyman. I don't really know how to work power tools, even though we didn't use a lot of those. I know how to work a hammer and a screwdriver, and that was about it. So I had a lot of learning that I had to do from this, and so when I found someone that could come and help me and kind of teach me as well, that was beneficial.
Mary Beth, you want to add to that?
Yeah, this is working. Sorry if you hear background noise. I had some parents that helped me, and my husband helped me, of course, and I think that made a big difference. But I also just kind of like gave my kids the manual, especially with the Goblins, because it's really not as difficult as the F-24s. And I kind of just gave them the manual and was like, all right, here you go. Like, I'll fix your mistakes, but this is on you. This is your team. Let's do it. And I think that helped them like gain confidence as well. Because at first they kind of just want you to do everything. They're young and they just don't have that confidence. So we just kind of like, okay guys, here you go, like roll with it. And then after they kind of like put the car together, then I would have like an adult and myself would kind of look over and be like, okay, what are the safety hazards? Like, what's going on, and that kind of thing. But I think that helped a lot. And then like reaching out and getting sponsors helps a good bit, because like the main stuff that you're gonna get with your kit, you're gonna need more. You're gonna need body supplies, you're gonna need gloves, you're gonna need shirts, or whatever outfit you want them to wear on race day. And so like getting those sponsors and things, I think helped a good bit. Kind of reached out and done grants and different things like that.
Fundraisers.
Yeah, and we just didn't have. I mean, it kind of depends on your clientele as to like fundraisers or sponsors. We have better luck going to businesses and asking for sponsors and saying we'll put it on a shirt or we'll put it on a car. We tried, like Krispy Kreme or things like that, and it's just not as much as you would get if you got a sponsor. But it's completely up to your team and like kind of where you're at.
One thing we did that went extremely well. At my school, every year we do a math and science night, which is the biggest PTA event that we have. And so our GreenPower team they did a bake sale, and they were just selling things. Everything was $1, and they made probably $150 to $200 that night, just because they all wore their team shirt. They spoke about what they were raising money for, and even the people that were not on the team, like other students, wanted to help because they wanted to see. Like they'd seen us practicing in the outside, they wanted to see that car succeed. So that really helped. We did an internal fundraiser with the families that night, rather than going around and selling different things, because we didn't have luck with that either.
Anytime you can show your car off too, I think people are more apt to help you out. If you bring the car to open house or bring it to another event or something, then they're gonna actually see what you're doing and kind of what it's all about, and that's gonna help a good bit.
And another good fundraiser is the belt charity sale. So if you can get involved with your belt, like connect with them, find out when they're doing that. They usually do it in October, and sometimes they'll do it in the spring, like April and October. And you go, you say, I need 100 tickets, and each student can get however many tickets. They sell them for $5 a piece. It's 100% profit. And those tickets go for, I'm not sure, I think it's 15 to 20% off of their whole purchase.
No. It's a, you have to belt because it's a clothing.
Oh.
It's in the department store.
Yeah.
It's not here. Further south.
When do they start meeting with their teams? What month do they usually start?
When do you all start meeting with your teams typically in the year? Ignore the COVID year, obviously. Like, when do you typically start to do practices with your kids?
It was probably, so we start like beginning of August 4th, I think is our first student day. And so I'll probably give it 2 to 3 weeks and then kind of start. It also like depends on if you're starting from scratch or if you're starting from, you have a few kids that are already invested. If you're starting from scratch, you're probably going to take a month to kind of, 1 to 2 weeks to just get into the year, because you're a teacher as well and you're going to be overwhelmed. And then, 1 to 2 weeks to kind of like advertise, hey, we've got this team going on, send out the sheets, send out the applications, whatever you want to do. I don't know, Courtney probably already talked about it, but at my school, we're teeny tiny. And so it's not I'm going to pick and choose. It's if you want to be in it, then you can be in it. And then if I have issues with you later, then, you're gone. But like, I'm going to take everybody I can. So I kind of just send out like an interest form or like a flyer. I'm like, hey, come see me, come get your application in, and then I'll send out a letter later being like, here's the first day. So start from scratch would probably be a month. Going into next year, I'm hoping to get started within like 2 to 3 weeks, but it's kind of all what you think. The COVID year was crazy. We'll just forget about that.
It didn't happen. For me, I'm kind of in the same. I try to get my team at least have their first meeting right before or right after Labor Day, because the first couple meetings are paperwork, housekeeping kind of things. Like, you got to take your safety test, you've got to talk about expectations. We take that time to design our t-shirts and design, or everyone gets to design and they bring it back the next week and we vote on the t-shirt design and car design, depending on what theme we have going on that year. Then once we've got that taken care of, then we start moving towards where our car is actually held and move into the working part of it. We in Huntsville, Madison County, sometimes usually have a race late October, so I want to at least have 3 to 4 good weeks of driving time before we go to that first race.
You mentioned the safety test. Is that in the curriculum or the binder?
So, yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
I was just saying it was in my binder when I inherited it. I don't know if it's still a requirement. I remember you mentioning something about it this year, but I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah, that's something that, is kind of, some people made one and it's kind of started circulating around. Like teachers, we borrow and steal stuff from each other all the time. That was one of the things. Someone made a safety test and the kids have to take it. And it's your general, like, classroom safety rules, like I won't throw a tool at somebody, true or false kind of question. So,
And you mentioned having a meeting. Did you invite the parents to come into the school for the meeting, or is the meeting just with the students?
There could definitely be a parent interest. I just sent an email, and if the parents requested more information, I would do that. I would hold that. I have not yet had a parent interest meeting. I believe our very first year at my school, the coach that did it before me, she did. But we just kind of rocked and rolled and went from there.
And I only had a big parent meeting when we kind of went out of town, like out of Huntsville for races. We went to Chattanooga for a race, and so I kind of had a meeting before that to kind of explain to them what it was going to look like, because they had to provide transportation themselves and get their kids there, and like what time I need them there, or do y'all want to do this? Do you want to travel to Chattanooga and bring your kids, kind of thing, because I'm not going to get transportation. And then one year I had transportation that we had, so it kind of just depended. But really my flyer, when they signed up with the application process, they had to have a parent signature for that. So then I kind of knew, okay, the parents are aware of what's going on, and we'll kind of go from there. So that was kind of really your parent, and then you kind of just have the meetings for the races, because they need to know what to expect on race day. That's a good question, though.
So between years, do you tear the cars down to parts or keep it intact and build on it next year?
So for the first race that we have in October, we use the last year's car. And then once that race is over, we start tearing it down. Use the same car, the same parts. They just get the experience of breaking it down and then rebuilding it. And I try to have them finish building by end of January. So then we have all of February and some of March before race season starts again for us to be out driving.
Yeah, that's about the same thing I did. It also kind of depended on how many kids I have, like, returning. If I had an entire returning team, then I didn't really, see the need to break it down. But it also kind of makes it difficult, like when you're doing an after-school program, as to what to do if you don't break it down and put it back together. So, when you do it every day as a curriculum, you've got plenty of things to do. But when we did it like as an after-school club, it was more about the build and the race and things like that. So when you break it down, it kind of gives you, it helps kind of fill that time. So that's basically what I did too. I would leave it put together in the summer, not full with it, and then, in the fall, we would race with what we had for those fall races, and then break it down over the winter. Especially when it's cold out, you can't get out and drive. So the best thing to do is kind of break it down and put it back together.
Thanks.
Anybody else have a question? Well, do y'all have anything to send them off with? Anything you want to tell them? Is that my friend Hud? Is that Hudson?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, buddy.
Sorry, I'm at the beach, so. Drew, I was just gonna say, definitely give them my email address. Then they can, ask questions. For sure. We're also hopefully gonna have a Goblin race, in the fall at Madison County Schools. So, if they want to join us for that, so that's about it.
Okay.
And my email address too as well.
Yeah, well, I'll share both of it. And thank you both for getting on. Appreciate you taking some time out. Enjoy the beach. Courtney, enjoy all the fun stuff you're working on too. Anything else? Y'all good? Everybody good? Awesome. Well, thank you, and we'll let you all go. We appreciate it. Well, I was going to talk to Luke. So one of the things that, I'm going to take this stuff with me. Slide it around here. So one of the things that they talked about was, you asked about, do you take this car apart every year, right? And this is actually something that may help with some of your discussions with admin, because the answer that Courtney gave, they would leave the car built from the previous year for that fall race. Because the mentality that I had, in teaching, you have that before, during, and after, right? Well, that before, for me in the race season, is I want the kids to have an idea of what they're building for. So we would just teach them how to drive a car, because how do you get kids jacked up? You put them in a car. Then you don't have, then your behavior stuff for the rest of the year is going to go really well, because they know what they're going to be getting into if they stick through it, right? So we'd race the car. Then after that fall race, they would take it apart, because it's already, by that time it's November, December, January, and you all know up here it probably gets cold and weather becomes an issue, and you're not outside. Well, you can build during that time. And then when it warms up, you go back out and you have a built car. So that was kind of the model that I tried to adopt with Goblins, is really encourage at the fall race the car that you had before. After that, we'll tear it down, rebuild it, and then go there, because then the kids have ownership. They don't have that ownership aspect of it at that first one, but they definitely have it at that second one. But you set that's exactly right. You're setting the hook, trying to just get them in and get them on top of it. So.
Should we, since right now we're only going to have one race per year?
I would definitely worry about after the race, depending on when it is. If let's say the race is mid-April, just saying a date, not committing to anything. I would honestly, after that race, have those kids that raced it take it apart. I'm going to give you access to a presentation that shows you exactly how to break these down, so that won't be an issue. But let the kids take it apart so it's ready and prepared for the next group. So before you take it apart, you may want to use it as a recruitment tool to get the kids for the next year. But hopefully that was beneficial to actually hear from people that do this. Mary Beth has actually hosted several events. So a little background for her. Her husband was the president of GreenPower before me. So he and I work together a lot. And Hudson, their little boy, they've got 2 kids now, but Hudson, I've watched him kind of grow up over time, and he's been in GreenPower cars more than most people have, I think. But they do a phenomenal job with their schools, and their kids love them. And that's the biggest thing, is the relationship they have with their students is incredible. So, any questions? I know what time did we say we were going back?
Okay, well, before we do that, we do have somebody that had a birthday here recently. So, go.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was yesterday. So, wife and kids took me out for brunch, and then Devin and I hit the road. So, but 37 years young. So keep it going. But so I guess we have some cookie cake to share.
We've got cookie cake.
It's the best. So, I guess we're what time did we say we were going back in? 1.
I mean, is that okay?
Yeah. No. I do have, like, there is, you know, Devin and I did talk. We do kind of have a point that we want to get to. By the end of, I think 5 is when we're done, correct?
Yeah, and dinner's at 5:30.
We'll let you know where you're at. You don't worry about it. Remember, you can't freak out until we are. What we'll do is at 1 o'clock, I'll go through the very first thing that we're going to do, give you some tips, some tricks that are going to help out, and then we'll start just getting into it. Okay, so we've got about 22 minutes, eat, chat, restroom, you know, cookie cake. Tell Shiela it's going to be okay. So.
I have a Rhonda question. I'm gonna thought that's a silly question, but like, look at when we took out all those bags of nuts and bolts and screws and washers. When you take this car apart, or when my kids take this car apart, is there something in that manual that's gonna help me identify what kind of washer this is and what kind of screw this is? Because
So.
Let me go get that piece of paper that's in the old ones that they can print.
Yes,
that's
I
what I want
will.
my labels to have.
So here's what I'm going to do. So before, this is the thing I love about my friends in the UK, because this has been a UK program for 20 years, and we're a licensee of theirs, and so we get all the stuff from them. But they like to change stuff on us, and they don't tell us about it until I hear it from you all. You're like, Drew, where's this piece? Where's this piece? And I find out like they don't even make that piece anymore. So it's always fun. But whatever.
On that,
We
when you get your car, there's going to be a little folder in there that's kind of a marketing folder. There's going to be a jump drive in that folder.
Right.
Don't pay attention to it. Okay?
Yeah, don't pay attention to that. Devin and I are trying to stay ahead of a lot of things. So they used to put this document in the little bolt organizer kit, and it's actually the size of the bolts of everything that you needed. So you can go back. So what we'll do is I have my printer. We'll make copies, and that's going to get put on our website as a resource thing, so you can go and print it at any time. But you're exactly right. Like when you all finish tomorrow, Devin and I are going to start taking them apart, and you know we'll rock paper scissors for whoever's going to have to put the bolts back. But that right there will be your best friend, because your kids are going to spill this stuff. It's going to happen. But it also, I don't know how familiar you all are with bolts and, you know, their names and stuff. It's not just a bolt. Like M8 by 30 it means something. Everything's got a reason, right? So if you have a problem, like we have a lot of teams across the country that want to go and they're missing like one bolt. So they call us and they're like, I need to order this one bolt. I'm like, go to your hardware store. Like you can get it significantly faster, and you don't have to pay, you know, $5 in shipping because I'm having to ship it to you for a 40-cent bolt. So you can go and everything's metric. If you go to Home Depot and Lowe's, you're gonna have a little bit harder time finding those.
No, really, just go to the metric section.
Yeah.
These are regular. Metric's right next to it.
So if you have like, we have one, like, because some of the set screws and stuff are kind of hard to find when we go to that metric section. So we actually have like a mom and pop hardware store that's been around for years. They have everything. And so that's my go-to place back home. But I would just take whatever you have. Don't ever go with just the wording. You know, don't go and say, I need an M8 by 30. Because there's also something about the threading. Like you can get, there's different types. It's really, really tight or kind of spaced out a little bit. So my recommendation is anytime you have to replace a bolt or a washer or a nut, take that specific one you need with you to get new ones.
And buy 2 extra.
Something that you're not going to see on these kits that are like gold in GreenPower duct tape, zip ties, and Loctite. Those three things are something that you should always have on you. So,
What was the second thing you said?
zip ties,
What was the first thing? Gold?
duct tape. Yeah, you can have gold. If you have gold, like sharing is caring. I'm just saying. No, it's duct tape, zip ties, and Loctite. Now on the Loctite, you want to get blue Loctite, not red Loctite.
And ironically enough, the blue Loctite is sometimes in a red bottle with a blue stripe on it.
Yeah.
Just so you know, you want the blue stuff, you can find it at any auto parts store.
Yeah. And the difference is blue can be loosened with a tool. Red is like super glue. It's not coming undone. So not without some severe force. So blue Loctite, zip ties, and duct tape. You'll be able to fix 90% of your problems with
I
that.
think we have some Loctite.
Yeah, I already Loctite in the toolkit. In fact, this is a blue penetrating Loctite. So you don't have to put it on beforehand. You assemble it and it will break into the threads and have the same motion.
Yeah,
I was about to say, would you like to introduce our new friend?
yes.
He's going to be your best friend.
He's going to be your best friend. I've talked about Roger several times and mentioned that this is Roger Perone. He and I are the team that built the car in there for the first time. Then they finished it after we started taking it apart. But anyways, Roger will be able to answer a lot of questions too.
I've been a machinist, designer, builder for about 30-something years. So,
Yeah, so he will end up being another one of your best
but
friends.
when it comes to how to do something, everybody's going to have their own style. Drew's the man. We may do things differently, but there's the teacher. I'll help.
And there was one more thing that this was something that came up with all your battery chargers. In the past, we've just been able to plug in the batteries and they're like smart, so they already go to the mode that they need to.
They've updated those battery chargers, so we kind of went around and verified. Those are 12 volt AGM batteries. So it's basically number 2 on the settings. So there's a little mode button there, twice, and you'll see the little light goes to 12V AGM, and that's what you want to charge the batteries on.
Okay. There's 12 volt, like regular, 12 volt AGM, 6 volt, and then nothing. So there's those 3 main settings. You want to be at the second one.
And if you want us to show you that, we go back in there, just raise your hand.
They're all set that way. And you're looking for just the green light. You'll see it because I think everybody had the green light when I looked. So if you have a green light, that means you're good. You can put the other one on and just verify it too.
I assume you'll only ever charge one battery with charger at a time.
Correct.
Yes. Now, we do sell a 4 battery charger. So you can charge 4 batteries at one time. You can go on Amazon and get them too. Just saying. But we do sell them. That really comes in handy if you decide that you want to get 4. You will only have 2, so that's why we did the singles. But if you decide to purchase more batteries, I'd get the 4 bank. It's worth it because then you only have to, do it once.
So bring them in, take them out of the car, put them on the charger, leave them there so you can go out the next time. The middle and high school cars come with 6 batteries, so we really push for them. Like, you're gonna want to get this because otherwise, fully charging all your batteries takes you an entire week.
So, well, we don't want to take up any more of your time unless y'all have questions. Again, 1 o'clock, we'll meet in there, and I will give you instructions at 1 o'clock. Awesome.
What time is that?
1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, our time, not your
So,
time.
and it's going to be fine, Sheila. It's going to be all right.
So you keep talking about the UK, and let's go. Is this all over the country?
So we're in 20 states, got over 500 teams nationwide. And we haven't marketed this program at all.
Like we go to ISTE, and that's actually last year when we went pre-COVID. We were more popular than the Google booth.
Yeah,
Because
like
we brought, we went, it was up in Philly. We went to Nazareth, Pennsylvania, where we have some cars. I borrowed their middle school car, put it in the minivan, took all the seats out of the minivan, put it in the minivan, and brought an actual school's car and displayed it in our booth. And it was Where's the guys with the race car?
We have teams. What traditionally has been happening is we'll get like a seed team somewhere. Like, believe it or not, and we were talking about this earlier. You all are going to turn into probably extremely popular places. It's better to get in at the beginning than on the tail end, because you're already going to have stuff figured out while everybody else is learning. So what's going to end up happening is like you're going to get your car, you're going to race it. People are going to be like, we want to do that. And then your rival school gets it, and then then it just starts growing, and that's what's happened over the years. But we're all over the country. We do races in Georgia, in Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi just called me and said they want to do one. We're going to do one in Kentucky, Texas, Utah, California, probably up in Pennsylvania here soon. They're talking about putting like chains on tires so they can run in the snow if they need. Hey, I told them, like, let's do it. Like, it's a new engineering challenge. Why not? Let's see what happens.
Well, we could race during the winter
Hey,
then.
let's do it.
We have had kids in cars when it was about
I'll bring my
in
bubble.
the teens, and we're all in our actual cars at the track with the heaters on, and the kid comes on the radio. I'm really cold. Can I get out now?
We have to remind the kids that this is just an educational program and they don't have to push it. So, yeah, no, it's getting bigger and bigger, and we love it. Even during COVID, we were still growing. There's a lot of money people didn't spend. So they said, can we buy a car? Sure, let's go. So that's what we do. And this afternoon for dinner, I've got a student that's going to talk to us. She's a goofball, but she's good. She's awesome. So, all right, that's it. That's all I can think of. So I'm gonna turn this off, and we'll let y'all get 15 minutes. What do you all need for the recording?
I've always been an active person. I've always enjoyed the outdoors. When I was a little kid, the mountain was my playground. It's always going to be a passion for me. I was an infantry assaultman in the Marine Corps. I was shot in Afghanistan in 2012. Those injuries left me partially paralyzed, and I decided to electively amputate my leg. I have a pretty heavy-duty foot. It allows me to be very active, but at the same time, it's a bit heavy. Anything that requires more energy really just fatigues me faster.
I live in a nerd town. Huntsville is the hub of engineering in Alabama. We have so many new career tech programs like advanced manufacturing and engineering right in our high school.
Reset the clamp. Pull it tighter. My brother started a school initiative for engineering, and he had a student who was really interested in doing some kind of biomedical project. Well, maybe she could redesign the lighter, more versatile foot.
So this is a mold, and we printed one of these. I'd always kind of wanted to be a doctor, wanted to discover biomedical engineering. I was like, well, that's the perfect combination of medical and engineering. The whole foot together weighs 2.5 pounds. Ideally, we would like to get it within 1.7 pounds.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Once we got the prosthetic from Kendall, we had crazy ideas. We took the whole foot apart and modeled the original prosthetic in Siemens software. And I'm just going to draw 2 holes there real fast. Solid Edge lets me design and test the foot before we ever actually build it. We tell it a few things that we need, and then it takes all that information and it decides what's going to maximize the strength and minimize the weight to create a part that would be the lowest weight possible for Kendall. This has taken almost a year to the day. I don't think this has ever been done by a 17-year-old girl before. There you go.
Awesome. It feels strong. It feels sturdy. It does feel a lot lighter.
Nerds rule the world. Nerds got us to the moon. Nerds are doing things with prosthetics that I never dreamed of doing. And go.
Having lighter foot is going to open up possibilities that would not have been there before. And the more kids that can learn this stuff at earlier ages, they can go on to create new and better things that we're not even dreaming of right now. It's amazing.
In the future, I want to do things that are impossible right now. If I can design this prosthetic now, I can't wait to see what I will design in the future.
That is that's Ashley. And we talked about getting girls in engineering. And when I had her in 7th grade as a math student, she was very timid, very shy. She was one of those kids I developed a good relationship with, and her whole class was like a bunch of cut-ups. Like we had a good time in that class. Sometimes we got work done, sometimes we didn't. But I said, hey y'all, they want me to do this program. Do y'all want to do it with me? What? Like completely threw them away, because you tell middle school kids, hey, we want to build a race car, like as a class. They get pretty excited about it. So she jumped in and got. She just had that leadership mentality. She didn't know it yet, but I said, hey, why don't you be our lead? And we kind of did our fun voting and did all that fun stuff with the kids. And it turned into this just animal that Devin will tell you, she really jumped into that leadership role. And the kids for a long time just ran with it. So she was my lead for about 5 years, I think. So, we have salads. So the other video I wanted to show you, and again, this will be, I'll share all this out with you, but the picture there on the right that's one of our gyms at one of our high schools in town, and that gym floor was covered in
72 cars.
Like some crazy, I can't even remember how many it was. They all started kind of like merged together in my brain. But you have those students when they come back, like everything's okay. Hey, it doesn't matter how rough your day is, like they come. So these two were two of my original 13. Didn't tell me they were coming, just showed up. I was like, Devin and I both had already kind of like reached our mental capacity, I think, at this point.
Oh, we have helpers.
Yeah, I was like, hey, perfect timing. And they always just jump in. You say, Sparkles, what do you need? And we get it done. But Ashley and Shiela have been amazing. That picture in the middle is actually from the very first race back in April of 2015. So we ran around a quarter-mile running track. We did like 116 laps. I don't want to say this as a negative, but imagine watching kids go 20 miles an hour taking 4 left turns for an hour and a half. It's exactly what you think it is. Yeah. And so our middle and high school competitions, I'll talk a little bit on that. The first 15 minutes are very exciting. Because if something's going to go wrong, that's when it's going to go wrong. Then you have about an hour where
You settle in and chill.
Yeah, you just kind of hang out and you watch the cars go around. And then the last 20 minutes, it's whose car is not going to finish the race. Because you get people who will go aggressive with their setup, go conservative. Wrecks happen. They do. It happens. But they do a great job. But I want to show you this video of Ashley and them on the Today Show. When I had her in 8th grade, we did a presentation to, are y'all familiar with the Blue Ribbon Committee that's kind of out of Orlando with Disney? It's a big thing specifically in the South. You'll probably understand once I tell you why a lot of people probably don't do this. You pay this group to come out and tell you how you can do better as a school, but if you're doing really well, they say you're a Blue Ribbon school. Yeah, and then you get to go down to Disney and they give you a plaque, and it's like, oh, like it's a really distinguished award, but is like a 3-year project where you have to go and do stuff. But we got asked to do a presentation when they were in 8th grade, and how many of you have been around middle school students? Imagine how they probably talk to somebody. And this is a like professional, like formal. We're in front of like an audience of probably 40, 50 people. These kids are just likes, so all of these things. And then Ashley went on the Today Show, and in my head, I'm remembering that kid who said all those things. So I want you to kind of see how she handles the conversation, how she carries herself. It's kind of this is one of the aspects that we're trying to really get these kids to work towards. So hopefully it works.
At Verizon, we want to put the power of 5G in the hands of every business with new 5G phones on us. And your employees can get the 5G Business Unlimited plan that's right for them. Every butcher, baker, and artisanal cheesemaker. That's what that smell is.
This morning, People Helping People, the story of a high school senior who improved the life of a brave military veteran.
Ashley Kimball is a 17-year-old from Huntsville, Alabama with quite the knack for engineering. She put her skills to good use when she heard about Marine Corps vet Kendall Bain.
Ashley's work was made possible by a technology program at her school that's supported by the company Siemens, and they shared the story with us.
I've always been an active person. I've always enjoyed the outdoors. When I was a little kid, the mountain was my playground. I was an infantry assaultman in the Marine Corps. I was shot in Afghanistan in 2012. Those injuries left me partially paralyzed, and I decided to electively amputate my leg.
I have a pretty heavy-duty foot. It allows me to be very active, but at the same time, it's a bit heavy.
Anything that requires more energy really just fatigues me faster.
We have so many new career tech programs like advanced manufacturing and engineering right in our high school.
Reset the clamp, a little bit tighter.
My brother started a school initiative for engineering, and he had a student who was really interested in doing some kind of biomedical project. Well, maybe she could redesign a lighter, more versatile foot.
I'd always kind of wanted to be a doctor. When I discovered biomedical engineering, I was like, well, that's the perfect combination of medical and engineering. Once we got the prosthetic from Kendall, we had crazy ideas. So this is the mold, and we printed one of these. This has taken almost a year to the day. There you go.
Awesome. It feels strong, it feels sturdy. It does feel a lot lighter.
And go.
Having a lighter foot is going to open up possibilities that would not have been there before.
In the future, I want to do things that are impossible right now. If I can design this prosthetic now, I can't wait to see what I'll design in the future.
Ashley Kimball, Kendall Bain, welcome. Thanks for being here with us and sharing your stories.
It's good to be here.
Ashley, I got to tell you, you were actually thinking about designing race cars. You then moved to this. You're still a student in high school. I mean, this is a very important thing you're doing. Have you been thinking about that? Did that weigh on you?
Yeah, not at the beginning. It was just kind of a project that I was doing that, I just kind of got into, and it was kind of every day for me. I just kind of walked in and worked on it, and then as people started to hear the story, it kind of started to sink in of just how cool it was. And
My brother is actually an amputee too, so I understand very much how important different feet are, like how you need them for different activities. What was the goal with this foot? What was the number one thing you wanted Ashley to focus on?
Mostly weight. So I had this foot as it's based off of the Versa foot from a company called BioAdapt, and it's made for extremely high impact, things like snowboarding, motocross, racing, those kind of things. But the problem is it was a little bit over-engineered the first time. The guy just didn't want it to break. So it's heavier than it needs to be for the amount of strength it needs to provide. So it was kind of, can we look at that and try to shave weight off in a way that it still allows the foot to be as strong as it needs to be.
We should note here, by the way, that Siemens isn't sponsoring the segment. This all came about organically at at your school.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, so I was a part of the GreenPower program, which is the electric car program, and Kendall's older brother Devin was one of the mentors helping us design all those cars, and he knew that I was into biomedical engineering and said, hey, I've got this project that my brother wants to work on. Would you be interested? And I said, of course I'd be interested, and that's how it all got started.
Kendall, in the military, you use your training to overcome limitations, to push forward. What does this foot do for you? How does this help you move that goalpost forward?
So I guess my goals as as an amputee are to remain as active as I can. So in the winter I snowboard. It's one of the things I do. And in the summer I like to mountain bike where we live. So it's kind of a back and forth between those. Both of those activities, the lighter the foot, the more like versatile it is, and the less it tires me out, throughout using it.
Well, guys, you really, set the bar, and thank you so much for sharing this. This is really terrific.
Off to college next year. Where you going?
UAB.
Awesome. UAB.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll be in Birmingham. Very excited.
There were a lot of times that I really felt like.
See, I got really mad at her because she got to meet Christabel and Dax Shepard, and that happened right before. So I texted her and I was like, "Oh, you did great. I hate you." And I literally, she called while that was going on. She's like, "Hey, I can do it now." She's at work. She got asked to stay a little late, so she's gonna hop on with us. And I told her, I was like, "Watching your Today Show clip." She goes, "Seriously? Come on, Sparks." I said, "Oh, stop. You like it." And then, Sheila, I do have Terry Mitchell, the teacher that you met, lined up. So we want to share what she had to say. We have another person that can talk on GreenPower if we want to do that.
We'll see.
Okay. Oh no!
First thing that I did, we're teaching, they're asking me to come like a 3D printing talk to some of the students. And I pulled up my browser with me, and I probably had 30 tabs open. One of the kids says that, "Gosh, do you have enough tabs open?" And another kid, before I could even talk, another kid goes, "Dude, that's personal."
These kids, like I've told them, like they're my kids forever. They've watched my children grow up. They've helped with my kids. So like kids like Ashley have a little special place for me. I'm sure she's gonna love. I didn't tell her that, like I turned it to you all. So she, when she comes on, we'll just all have to like stare at her. She still does get shy, especially in new settings. But yeah, I just sent her the link, so she should be getting on soon. Did they bring dessert out before?
Yeah. Before we do it up here.
We are gonna have like chicken.
Chicken's good. I eat a lot of chicken. Is that cheesecake? Sorry, my world revolves around eating.
It's like chicken.
I love food.
Hey Drew. Hey Drew. Remember to record when she gets on.
Yes, thank you for saying that. You can't ask her who her favorite teacher is.
No.
Well, because I think in that video, like, she would say Faust. So the tall guy that was in that video that was helping her with the design stuff with the glasses and the frizzy hair, he's the guy we were talking about with the Goblin that his feet stuck out the front. He works for...
Right now he works for Kimber Firearms down in Oakland, Alabama.
So, yeah, he was a fantastic teacher, but got an opportunity to go back into industry, and so started doing that. Yeah, I'll eat the salad a little bit, as long as there's cheesecake next to it.
What school do you teach at?
Then I'll fight someone for cheesecake.
What school do you all teach at?
So I used to teach at this year I taught at Grissom High School and Jemison High School. It's kind of the north and south high schools, literally on the opposite ends of town. And so our high schools are on the block schedule. And so I would do first block at one school, and then drive and do third block at the other school every day.
Have you had any Butler boys? Keegan, Reese,
So hold on. Keegan.
Reese, Willem, Abe,
What's her last name?
Butler.
That name's very familiar. What school? What school
I
they go?
don't know when you said Grissom, but I thought.
So there's Grissom, Lee, New Century, Huntsville, Columbia, Jemison. Ask them if they know about GreenPower, and they know the redheaded guy that does it. And that's pretty much how. You know that weirdo? That's me. So. See, I might have to do this creatively. Okay, so. Hey, I'm about to send it to you again. Okay, yeah. I'm going to join on my phone. And then I'm going to text you the link. And then I'm going to get off my phone.
Okay.
So.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Thanks, Sparks.
No problem.
Captain Sparkles.
It depends. More ginger snap was another one to come up with. Ooh.
Look very British.
So that image is actually from the Disney conference. I'll just go ahead and click record now.
This meeting is being recorded.
Did y'all know Zoom added that? It was something kind of recent. Should I just put my face in front of it?
I was gonna say, go sit in that seat.
Her whole family, actually, her sisters did it too. Her parents were, and that's another thing that we definitely want to touch base on. Get some helpful parents to just help with. I'd say one of the biggest things is snacks for the kids because they like to eat too. But just get some parents that can help you out with the other tasks that you may or may not want to deal with or have the bandwidth to deal with. So, y'all have any questions?
As a after-school program, what kind of attention span do you recommend for like?
I know, like, I probably wouldn't go longer than an hour and a half. After that, you start losing the kids, especially if you're not driving. You know, just kind of stick to that. If you've got a, like if you're doing driving, you know, go with whatever you're practicing on. If you're building, like, finish the task you hope to finish. Hey, friend. Oh, she's still connecting to audio. She doesn't know we. Oh. She probably, yeah. She's like, Sparks, come on. So I think, if I remember correctly, she's working for like a EMT service down in Birmingham. So. So who knows what kind of connection she's got. Hey. Ashley, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you?
I am great. How are you?
You know, same old. So, got my friends here in Kentucky that are Goblin teachers, and we've been building the Goblin cars, and now we just want to hear the successful story that is Ashley Kimball and your experience with GreenPower and the absolute best teacher and mentor that you know, helping you out along the So just go ahead and tell them about yourself, what you're doing now, what studying and all that stuff. So any good stories you have from GreenPower, floor is yours.
Okay. So just to start, I'm at work right now, so I'm actually on an ambulance trying to do this meeting. So I guess I started GreenPower when I was in the 8th grade, is I think what it was. Is that right, Sparks?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was in 8th grade, and I started with Sparks. I think we were the first kit team in the U.S. And from there we went on to, where did we go to? I think we went to Team USA at Grissom, did that for 2 years, and then eventually ended up in the high school doing F-24s, which is the kit cars on a couple of various teams. So we were on Rocket City Racing for a while, and then I was on the Grissom team. So I guess y'all just saw that torturous video from the Today Show. But without GreenPower, I wouldn't have had those opportunities. GreenPower truly and utterly shaped my entire career. I did not think that I wanted to be an engineer. Actually, Sparks, when I was in 7th grade, Sparks was recruiting the very first GreenPower team. And he asked me once in his math class, hey, I got this engineering program. Are you interested in it? And I said no. I have no interest in being an engineer. My parents are engineers. I don't want to do it. And then I was sitting with a friend who said, sure, I'll do it. And so I just said yes to follow suit. And it turned out to be the greatest experience ever. I have no idea where I would be without GreenPower today. So I'm trying to think of some funny stories.
So you've been to England twice, right?
Oh yeah. So yeah, my freshman year we had the opportunity to race in the international finals on Rockingham track in England, and then I had the opportunity to go back with Mr. Sparks when I was a sophomore. And there are some really funny stories from that I don't think Sparks will let me tell. But that was really one of the most incredible experiences of GreenPower, because not only do you get to take this car that you've spent an entire year working on and building, but then you also get to go over and see all of that very hard work pay off. But you also get to do it with people that you've never met and a culture you've never experienced. And I don't know if they race Goblins there, but I guess the hope is that your students will grow up and get to go race in F-24s or with those big kit cars, and then hopefully get to build some custom cars that get to race on big tracks like that with people from all over the world. I think we had, did the Scottish team come?
Yeah, they came twice.
Yeah. There was a team from Scotland. When we raced in England, I think there was a team from China, Italy. There were definitely Scotland. And there were rumors about a Turkish team. Nobody ever confirmed that, though.
There was a Polish team
So
there.
what are you studying now at UAB?
So right now I'm studying biomedical engineering at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Not doing any GreenPower stuff at the moment, but I hope to get back into it. I work in a research.
This is the best thing.
where we're studying the mechanical stressors on
You're breaking up pretty bad.
tumor microenvironments.
You there?
And I'm getting just a lot of the skills that I've learned in GreenPower actually in that research right now. So
Oh, I will 100% play. Hey, can you hear us? Here, I may
and what? Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna fix this. We're gonna do this kind of old fashioned right here. Is this gonna work? We'll see.
We'll see. Can you hear me?
I can hear you much better now.
Okay, so sorry.
Yeah, no, and I am definitely saving that video. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. 'Cause it was amazing.
Why?
So it's still going. So
okay.
Y'all hear?
So do I need to start over?
Yeah. So you're studying biomedical engineering. Go.
Yeah. So I'm studying biomedical engineering at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. And the biggest thing I'm doing right now, besides just studying biomedical engineering, is I work at a research lab where we're studying the effects of mechanical stressors on the tumor microenvironment, specifically breast and ovarian cancer. So what we're doing is we're essentially creating a small device that mimics what the inside of a tumor, the environment of the inside of a tumor. And I'm getting to use a lot of the skills that I actually learned in GreenPower in this research program. So in GreenPower, one of my favorite parts was the solid edge CAD/CAM software. And in GreenPower, we use that to, we did a steering wheel, I think we did wheel covers, roll bars. You can't do that anymore, but we could then. Just multiple things that we were able to make in a 3D software and then 3D print. Well, then I got to take those skills and translate them to this research lab where we're still using these CAD softwares. And it's really interesting to see that, I got to learn all of these skills in high school and was so familiar with it for 4 years. And then you come into college and people can be, pretty impressed with all of the skills that you already have. And that's one of the cool things that GreenPower brings to the table.
Awesome. Does anybody have any questions for Ashley? We've had a very long day of building, and everyone's eating chicken.
Did you say everyone's eating chicken?
Yeah, they got their dessert first, so some people aren't, they didn't eat they already ate their dessert.
Gotcha.
So, before I let you go, favorite story from your GreenPower history?
Each story up for grabs, Sparks.
Which story?
How many of the stories are up for grabs?
You know what? Go for it. Go big.
Okay. So, this is back to an England story. These mentors,
She must be driving through tunnels. Hey, you there? I'll tell the story. I'll tell the story. Hold on, let me just tell her. I'm going to tell her, don't worry, I'll tell the story.
Any story. These mentors click.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to talk about me, no?
So, when you go over to England, what they do for the international final is you have 2 full days of racing. So we had like 8 racing sessions. Okay. And if you take 13 kids over to England, you're going to stay for a couple of days, right? So we were there for I think it was 10 days, something like that, like a little bit shy of that maybe.
We had to get there and uncrate the cars,
Right.
then ship everything, and
Like, yeah, ship everything, blow breakers in rooms because we were charging 20 batteries in the room. Yeah, you know, those adapters are very important for a reason. I'm just gonna say that. But so we get over there. We sent the kids. We arranged like a double-decker bus tour of London. You know, let them go do that while some of us went and checked on the car. Well, Ashley and some of the kids had already been over to England, so they're like, we don't need to go do that. So she's called me back. I was just like, no, I'll call her later. So at the hotel we were staying at, we shared a parking lot with a trampoline place. You know, those indoor trampoline parks. So I said, let's go over there. Yeah, I was like acting as guardian for most of these kids. So like I had to sign their waivers and all that stuff. Well, we go over, we have a good time, you know, go do that. Well, we did our 2 days of racing. And as a thank you to all of our mentors that helped make it possible, some of the adults had found an indoor race karting track.
like gas go-kart track.
Like gas go-karts. So we're like, let's take them out as a thank you. That'd be great. So we take them out to do that. We let the driver sent the kids home to the hotel with some of the parents. So we had parents with us. And I told him, I said, when I get back, I'll take all of you to the trampoline place and we'll go do that for like an hour or two. Deal. These are all like phenomenal kids. Like, trust them with anything. They're not going to do anything that's going to be a big problem. They didn't even know some of the stuff was a big deal. But when we told them, they're like, ugh. So we go and we do this, and it's supposed to be like we're supposed to drive for 30 minutes and then have dinner afterwards. Well, we're in the track, and like I'm starting to like do the math in my head. I'm like, we've been out here a lot longer than 30 minutes. It was like 45, 50 minutes these guys let us go on this karting thing, and as soon as we got out, I started panicking. And Ashley's dad was one of the ones with us. And I said, Jamie, we gotta go. No, Drew, we're fine. Let's get dinner. I said, no, we have to go because I know what those kids are doing right now. He's like, Drew, you're freaking out. Don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. I said, no, they've gotten the 2 18-year-old kids to sign all their waivers. I guarantee it. And they're at the trampoline place. Well, I made the mistake because I'm an idiot and called one of the parents and said, hey, are the kids still with you? No, we're at dinner. We thought they were with you. I'll call you right back. So I looked at Ash's dad. I was like, we got to go now. And he had a stick shift rental car in England. I was like, dude, no, this is going to be bad. Like, drive me back, please. We get back, and some of the kids are coming out, and I'm looking at them with daggers. What? I told you one thing. Don't go anywhere. I know, but we got tired of waiting. And sure enough, they go. I said, how'd y'all get in? They said, Vincent and Amina signed our waivers. Looked right at his dad. He just was like, yeah, you're right. Come to find out, Ashley, they had the little jousting things. Ashley knocked out one of the kids into the little foam pit. Like, knocked her out into the foam pit. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting fired. The deputy superintendent, like the assistant superintendent was coming in. It's like, I'm done. Like, I might as well just live here. I'm never coming home. And, I looked at the kids. We had a little powwow when we got back. And we had to pull 2 of the kids aside. A guy and a girl, and these are high school kids, left the trampoline place and went back to the hotel at the same time. So all of us right now in our heads have that thought. They had no clue why we were all like, that's a bad idea. Don't do it. Like, no. We had to explain it to them, which I've gotten very close to these kids, but I never thought I was the one that was going to have some of these discussions with them. But we ended up going back the next day and having a good time with the trampoline place. When you get to play dodgeball with kids that you've been teaching, mentors versus kids, and you don't hold back. But some of those kids can throw pretty hard too. Ashley played softball, so. But that was the story she was going to tell. We kind of had an agreement we would never talk about it. We told the kids we were taking the mentors to dinner, which technically wasn't a lie. Sheila likes to say I lie about stuff, but I don't lie. I just tell partial truths sometimes. But we did eat after.
Yeah.
We did that, but we just happened to be gone an hour longer. And all of the parents were great. Like they completely understood. They said, Drew, you got to stop freaking out. You have taken care of our kids for like 4 years. It's okay. I said, your boss isn't here. And then I felt like we went out later because there was a pub right next door. So of course, what did we do after all that?
Let's go over there. Well, the kids are in their rooms, so.
Yeah. And I sit down and the assistant superintendent sits down next to me. Keep in mind, like, I just got this job. So I'm like, I'm not going to order anything. She orders a beer. I'm like, woo, okay, I'm good. So we sat down and we talked, and she's now, I think, working for the State Department of Education in Alabama. She's absolutely incredible, fantastic person. But going on that trip and giving those kids that experience, we also went and toured the Harry Potter studios, which was really cool. But that's one of the things about this program that I think a lot of places take a little bit for granted is the international competition aspect, because I mean you don't really get to do that in a lot of educational programs. Some of you do FIRST or VEX robotics, or Lego. What do they do at the elementary?
We do VEX.
VEX, yeah. So those competitions, they're not international, are they?
No, we have worlds here in Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. So, but it's, those kids got to learn how to ask for, we call it grease, oil. What do you think they call it over in England? Lube, petrol, my kids didn't know that. So they were having to go around and communicate with people. And we got teams from Brazil, from China, there's so many different languages, and they finally just grabbed something and started walking around and pointing to it. Of course, we got basically dubbed the dumb Americans because we didn't know what we were doing. But no, it was, again, an amazing experience. We took the kids to Indy, got to do all that, and you really developed that relationship. And your first Green Power team, I promise you, will hold a special place in your heart. They're going to be those kids that you will never forget, you will remember forever. And as long as everything goes the way we're hoping, they'll get to progress and keep doing it through middle school and high school. So I just, I say this at all of our events, and I mean this, and Devin hears me say it all the time. I genuinely appreciate your efforts and what you're doing. You are the superstars. You are the backbone of this program, this organization. And I appreciate you, and we are here to help you do what you need to do and get the support that you need to get. So I hope you all are enjoying the training. It's very different than what you've probably done in the past, but we try to make it enjoyable, and we try to stay out of your hair so that you can get the builds in as best as you can. So anything else for me? Yeah. So you'd have to purchase a car for those students. We have our Goblin. This Goblin program is elementary grades 4 through 6, and our F24 is 6 through 12. Goblins are $2,500 a piece. F24s are $5,000 a piece. And I know a lot of people, that's a steep price tag, but that's a price tag that will literally last.
Drew's first car is still running.
Yeah, so that $5,000 investment's lasted 7 years.
It's not
now,
$5,000 a year.
Yeah, you pay it, and as long as you take care of it, you're good.
I think what he's saying is his school where his child goes
Yeah.
They don't use green power. They may
If
not
they just have to have a vehicle, and we're not really even stuck to just schools.
We've got boys and girls clubs that are starting to pick it up.
The Ys, your YMCA organizations, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. I had someone ask me, like, our community, wants to get a group of kids together. Okay. You just have to have the kids of the right age. I don't want to see toddlers getting in this car. Like, it'd be fun. It'd be interesting. We'd have to wrap them in bubble wrap or something. So.
Can I add something right
Yeah.
there, though? For this grant that we're working on right now, it has to be a school. For us to buy the car. That was just the stipulations of the grant. That doesn't mean, that the whole program or whatever, but I can't buy that car right now. I may be able to bring some other money into the program, and I'm trying to where we can expand into the other.
So, but if like you wanted to go out and you've got a company or an organization that is willing to support and sponsor it and pay for everything, we have the kits. We are, in the past, we've actually had about a 4-month turnaround on when you order it to when we actually get it, because everything comes from the UK. But we're now kind of ahead of that. We're about to order some more, so we have them in inventory. It just depends on how quickly Devin and I can literally put it on a pallet and send it your way. You can even come to Huntsville to pick it up. Some people do that to save on shipping, but we delivered Sheila's F-24 in the back in my Pilot coming up here, so it can be done. So, anything else? Is there anything that you would like to know that I could prep or be ready for tomorrow? I know Shiela had mentioned some different car bodies that teams have done in the past.
I've got some pictures from our last race that we can throw in a PowerPoint.
So we can just so you can get some ideas of what some cars have looked like. Sometimes we do a theme, and I don't know if you want to do this for your event. Like one year we did storybook characters, so everybody had to design their car like their favorite storybook character. And it adds just a whole nother level of some fun.
We did books one year, and
yeah, we did space.
Somebody had a really awesome. They did Percy Jackson and Lightning Thief, and they had a clay sea monster on the front of their car. Like they went up on that.
Yeah, we've had that. We did the space theme to kind of go with the Apollo anniversary. Huntsville being the big rocket city, like we're all about some rocket stuff. So, if we did, kind of pick. You could even, depending on are there any horse races? And forgive me for my ignorance on this. In like early spring, late April, is the Derby?
That's big ignorance.
Hey, look, I got a lot going on. I got a lot going on. I can't. So, you could even do something that would be geared around that, where like if you know horses' names, you could have everybody pick a horse and they got to decorate.
The first time that I went down there, I realized you all knew nothing about the Kentucky Derby because you race on Derby Day.
Hey, there's
That's un-American.
There's 4 dates that I am not 5 dates that I am not allowed to schedule events on. Mother's Day, my wife's birthday, and my 3 kids' birthdays. It's basically been the rule that I have been told, so I don't schedule them on those weekends. Everything else, fair game.
Until they change that notice.
Well, that's true, and we've had that, and we're very first event actually got canceled because of a tornado. Yeah, that should have been our first clue. And just a heads up, when we schedule a date, it's going to rain that weekend. I don't care if it's 8 months in advance.
And as you saw from the Chattanooga picture, we race in the rain.
Bring a raincoat.
It's not thundering and lightning.
One thing I did want to mention, did some of you hear the teachers talking about uniforms and like t-shirts and stuff in that lunch? A lot of teams will actually go and like design a t-shirt, like a team t-shirt, and that's what they they have for race day. It's something that, you know, kind of gives the kids some spirit and some camaraderie. I would do long sleeve because all drivers have to be covered from head to toe in long sleeve. So if you get some lightweight long sleeve material, you can do that and screen print whatever you want on it. Do all that. So how's dinner?
Chicken.
Thank you for this amazing training. Are you okay?
Thank you.
It's gonna be okay.
It's okay.
So, and if any of you want to join, we have a coaches input meeting in 45 minutes on Zoom. Links on the website. I will be running that. And probably
Eating
getting
quickly beforehand.
yeah, probably getting yelled at some point. But we've got, you know, a lot of teachers. I'd say we have a very passionate teacher base within this program. Once you get in, you get the bug. It doesn't go away. But have fun with it, enjoy it, and we'll go from there. But I appreciate all of you. You've done a great job today. Devin, do you have anything else? No.
One thing you didn't mention, one of our students, if you happen to be 18, got the chance to go tour the Red Bull Formula One factory while we were over there. So just in the doors that it can open and experiences, we're still kind of salty that we didn't get to go to that.
He is now a mechanic in the Navy. But you got all sorts of kids doing all sorts of stuff. One of them went into event planning because of GreenPower. She could care less about the car, but she enjoyed like hosting events and doing that stuff. So we tailored the program to her. Not necessarily just engineering. So. All right. Well, I feel like I'm just kind of rambling at this point.
Eat your dinner.
So.
Unless you're trying not to.
No, I definitely want to eat. So, anything else? We good? We'll log off.
Thank
This is your battery charger. Okay. Recommendation is to, at some point, open this up, and you'll take the charger out and get your batteries, which are these tiny little boxes in the corner. These will charge one battery at a time. And these are what you're going to get. And these are fantastic chargers. They basically, you don't have to supervise them. Okay? They've got, when I say alligator clips, do y'all know what I'm talking about? This is what it looks like. And it's very easy to kind of connect. You got the two separate pieces. You just plug them together, plug it into a wall. Little lesson. This one goes to which color? That's your negative, black to black, red to red, and you're good to go. And then basically what happens is this thing's going to charge it and maintain it. It will not overcharge, so you don't have to worry about like a problem happening, you know, at your school. Okay? Questions on the charger? You want to go until basically it tells you I'm good. As you do this longer, you may see that it's been on a charger for 24 hours and it's not at 100%. Something's wrong with your battery at that point. Okay? Most of the time. The other thing is to make sure that these are actually attached. Sometimes if a kid knocks them, you know, they'll snap off, so you try to do what you can to help out with that. So that's what this is. So one of the first things I do is open this up and get at least one of your batteries on the charger so you can see what it looks like. Next box. This big box that's leaning against the wall for most of you, that is your bottom floor pan. That is going to be this piece right here, okay? Obviously, that's where we're going to start, okay, from the ground up. So that's all that's in that box. Then you've got this big box right here, which is all of the additional stuff that's going to get added to the car. Mainly the white sheet metal parts are in here. And then this box right here is your component box. This box is going to have all of your electrical wirings. It's going to have your wheels. It's going to have your pulleys, your motor, seat belt, brakes, all that kind of stuff is going to be inside of this box. Okay. I have put together an unboxing presentation that I will make sure you get, so when your car gets to your school, you have something to go off and be like, we're missing this. We found out that I wasn't even paying attention, and I learned what a steering pack was because some schools were missing them. Sometimes when we get these from the UK, and then literally take it off of that pallet and put it on your pallet and send it to the customer. So we don't get to go in and be like, oh, they don't have everything in here, because they just ship it to us. This is what they do. So if you end up missing something, you'll contact Devin, and we'll get it replaced if you don't
got a
have it.
warehouse with parts, so we don't have to order it from them and wait.
Yeah.
You know, we keep stuff on hand that we can get out quick.
Trying to think, is there anything else that you see, Devin?
Remember that? So they also brought in this box, which is not a standard thing of the kit, but you guys are going to get one of those. And that is just a bolt organizer, kind of like this one, that you can put all the bolts, and you'll be able to like label them. This is the part number, so the kids can find those easier. But that's that other box that Drew didn't cover.
Actually, we have labels already done.
Whoa.
Look at overachievers over here. They are handwritten. I'm left-handed, so figure it out.
There you go. You also have your tools and everything here. Again, if you have any questions, let us know. Devin and I brought some stuff that we might need. If you get something and it's not working or something's not cooperating with you, let us know. We'll come over and help you out. We have some stuff to help with that. So I guess what we'll do is we got about 30 minutes. Start unboxing.
I'll just say the plan I kind of had for the tables was we'll start with the floor pan on the mostly empty table. And then as we start getting some of these boxes done, we'll get them out of the room. You know, you can use the space under the table for pieces we're not using right now, but kind of have one table that becomes staging plus toolkits, and then the car will be on the other table.
Questions? And this car is going to be right here for, okay, we see the picture, we see the diagram. We don't know what that means. Come over here and we'll tell you about it. Okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and start unboxing, and Devin and I are just going to walk around.
And once y'all get the box open, if you can just bring the car over here, we'll run it down the hallway and make it so it's not. And everybody's right.
So we'll need that. The tools, you have toolkits coming over. This is like,
This part, get the control of this part, got treated that way.
there you go.
Good shape. Now we need to get the battery thing on. Battery.
The battery charger and the battery. That's the battery. It's probably heavy. I don't know.
It feels heavy.
So watch your toes.
You seem to know how to put this on there. This is with alligator clips coming in.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Christian. Sorry.
No, either way.
All right. So
Oh,
I
man.
have no nails.
How much did you say this was?
Okay. Let's swap.
Okay.
See if you can get that undone. 'Cause I'm not
I have fingernails. Let's see. Everything's charging.
And it looks like everything is charged.
Oh, it is a couple of Here's the clip. All right. We're ready. I have made a promise to company. We do.
It looks like it's going to be pretty self-explanatory. You have to push more. My biggest fear was going back to school, trying to get a female teacher to help coach. Having ladies on the team and stuff, traveling.
Right.
Formal AGM, there's no
top for the battery.
The box had some kind of direction. We need it. That shiny end. Oh, here it is. Oh, there it is. It's on that.
Y'all watch this, we use usually there's like this to hold studs. It goes on the top of that. That's just like a handle carrier for this. And here.
So I've been doing robotics on that. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, why is his audio cut?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We had to start. Yeah.
Sometimes it's a lot easier to get these to break and hold on good. If you have 2 bolts in there, the little pink package that was in the first battery box.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Ah, there's the studs I was looking for.
Yep. Yep. It's right there. And then all you had to do was hit. See it? Yeah, we're here. So you had to hit mode twice to put it on full. Okay. This type of battery. Yeah, yeah, that's done.
So if I was going to use
I would. So if you go look at that battery by the water hose right up there, right behind you, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I think
Like that you left it. More, just gives it more of a driving surface.
Yeah.
And if you put this upside down here, what we can do is you can start throwing all your extra cardboard packaging materials in that. And then once we kind of get it off of everything, we'll take it and put it in the other room. Okay. We have a third room that is the cardboard room right now.
This right here. I think we'll set this one. That's what we have plenty of surfaces to work on.
Drew, they're about to take your desk there.
We'll steal it.
Put it in the bottom of that, and you start putting just the extra cardboard from your battery box, all that packing material stuff.
Okay.
As we start getting this out, we can put that down in there.
So we're taking all the plastic off and then we're not placing
You know, we're just, you know, like setting pieces under the table, like pieces where we can find them and see what they are.
Okay.
So that when we start going through, we say, okay, this step, which pieces do we need to grab? And then, because these 2 boxes will be off the table then, we can assemble what we need for this step on the table and then transport and put it on the car. That's how we'll walk through it and build it.
You're gonna see, it looks like a lot of pieces, but when you lay it, like, once you put like the seat together,
There's no like labeled A1 on here.
No, they all look different enough to where you can tell.
That's good, because I just built a greenhouse in school last week, and everything was.
I did that some years ago, and then I mean, I said never again. I'm not gonna get that greenhouse. I have to help. It was a big one. I had all these great ideas for add-ons for it.
Yeah.
So like we did the rain barrel.
That's pretty awesome.
was worried about the little kid.
Yeah.
She's a cheater.
We built ours inside of a courtyard and wind and stuff and destroyed them. Unfortunately, we bought a apartment this is one of the last we built outside. Yeah.
As long as you know how to use the
Yeah.
And they don't put a range on the other side, and they're
Mason County. Along the Ohio River and Goblin. Yeah. Is this your file?
If you want me to put here, I'm gonna put it under here.
Okay.
That way you're not tripping over it.
We've heard the actors. I live in another county, I live in Bracken, which is right next door. But that's where George Augusta. Yep. We're about an hour from here.
So like when I cross, is it to the east or west?
I am to the east.
Okay, and how many counties are there, you say?
I'll share. Four. So where you at again? Okay.
It won't all be there, they will have.
Okay.
I can still make it outside.
Yes.
Y'all have some scissors?
Yeah, we do. I should have found my truck.
I was gonna say, it might help like with,
Got one of these. Hot dogs.
yeah, it might help with taking some of that stuff off.
Yeah.
All right, if I can have everybody's attention, we're gonna kind of get going with getting started on the build and start the somewhat self-paced approach to this. Use that manual, okay, and I'm gonna kind of keep coming back and using this center car as the visual cue on what we're gonna be doing next. The first thing I want us all to do is make sure you've got your bolt organizer completed, filled out, labeled, however you want to do it, okay? Make sure that's and 7. When you are putting these bolts in, finger tighten all of them. Do not put a tool on them until you have all 8 pieces attached with bolts. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand what I mean by that? Do not tighten this down with a tool until you have all of them, because what's going to happen if you tighten these down before you get all 8 put on, some holes are going to be just enough off center and you're going to have to loosen something up. So you have to go back and redo some work. So really you should get it and be able to shake it and hear all the bolts and washers, banging around. So don't tighten anything down until you have all 8 of these pieces. Remember, 1, 2, 3. Well, it's not 8. I'm thinking 8. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. 6 total pieces. Okay. Page 7 also includes this, but I want you to get Devin and I to take a look at it on this page. Once you get these upper pieces. Okay. And if you want, should we tell them or should we see if they do it? Okay, we're gonna see if you do it. All right. So green means go. Let's see what you can do. Okay, use that manual. Ask if you have a question. If you have a question, raise your hand. One of the guys with the camera will come to you. He's got a microphone. We're trying to make sure we even get all of your questions so that if it comes up later, we got it. Okay? Awesome.
This is where essentially
Just a little bit smaller.
yeah. If we look at this, look at this.
Oh, the friends are back there.
Alright.
This is telling this is the back
From the car, right? Through.
Sorry.
This is the front of this because these are two of the so this one is here. The other guy is the one that goes in the front of the car that's got the little attachment part this here.
Because, yeah, I'm waiting for that over there, where it's in the front, that's why I put it there.
What's it? Attention to detail of what's in that book is key.
I'm gonna cheat on there.
Yeah, so. Yeah, no, absolutely. Even a cheap Harbor Freight multi.
Oh, and that too, yeah, a little bit. That's a regular check.
They look good.
Those are the exact same.
One of them quick ones. It's all right. Every wire is hooked up properly. And I start going from this point to this point on top here. Finally, I hit just one wire. This is perfect. Ah.
Or you go
I'll
check
do
it
it.
out.
And when I
Yeah.
undo the electrical thing, it just fell off. I was just like, oh, good.
Yeah, well, it gives you 30, 33, and 27. This here,
Back out here.
What are you saying? 27s and 30s.
Dark gray, medium gray.
So where
There's like this
those
right-
without the with post race, all those really come from all the I guarantee you, somebody's gonna forget that. I guarantee it.
I actually like, there's gotta be a way, I figured out a good creative way to zip tie it. So that,
I'm gonna get one of those bolts.
That's what happens is everyone always takes us off, and they don't have that mentality.
Yeah, I know.
But like, I zip that out all the time.
Something, when you're repairing, and take off the surface, sometimes it's easier just to put the passage back in, trap which
And you
passage.
do wash on both
Lean,
sides?
I, normally when I take the car apart, I know we're
Because I had an extra.
I will put, I'll take this off, I'll put all this stuff back through the whole, everything. So literally everything that you all put on. That's generally what I've done, but like I said,
Well, I was thinking that in big projects, somebody, what you say, that's a G1 through 3. Yeah, and like,
I feel like I wanna say that.
I'll figure it out.
this,
yeah, we do that too. We do the same thing.
you must have all two.
This is the back of my side.
All of those
So it'll fit. But if you have something a little smaller,
Job.
Huh?
What?
You say so you got him a job?
So that's how I got a job.
I got him a job.
I keep trying to fire people on health and justice, and they tell me I don't have the power to. And I'm like, you're right, but you should be.
It's like, dang it.
I should, though.
You know that too?
Yeah. That Christian guy. And that Christian guy was like, I saw you were at the top of the website.
Later, if you look, we got the frame.
That's what that line is telling you. Yeah, so you're a little too far forward from the wall. Yeah, you see the two bolt holes? Like pick it up on the side here.
that way it's not going to where gravity is keeping it.
That gives you your location.
Listen, working on exploded diagram is a skill.
Yeah,
It's something you have to learn.
It takes a minute to learn how to read
All
all
the
the lines go.
washer on top, washer on bottom.
So once you got all the art conventions, design conventions down, then you know what
Washer.
Oh, we get the washer on the inside of that too?
Outside.
Outside and inside, yes.
No. Yeah,
You're gonna have extra
styles.
Does he want a movie? Does he want that 70s show? Does he want court TV? I was going to say the other day on the court show, the Christian guy comes up to me and he's like, dude, you're the first girl on the website.
You are?
Yeah.
Because Alan?
I guess so. And I was like, yeah, dude, it's because I'm important. He's like, well, your last name's Alan, so.
And you go, no, it's because
I was like, hey. Pretty interesting.
What's his last name? He'd be on the back.
Yeah. How long is this thing going for?
What? His bill?
Yeah.
Most of this car is 13.
They looked at me,
About 5.
Oh, no, I meant like this segment of it.
Well, I mean, 230, there's a break for 15, and then you can build a car. So the building the car is
You guys gonna do a race where like the kids get it? Instruction? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool for like older high school kids. Like.
Okay, so, you know, but you sit on your own, get out, you go, okay, you go.
I might we go home tomorrow. Alright, so remember how I said I've got that Google slide thing? It's got it, and the great thing is why I love Google slides with the doctor, so it can be updated anytime. And it automatically updates anytime I look at it. So if you see something wrong with it, you can tell me I can go change it. But these are all 13 millimeters. Generally don't want to use power tools. I really try to like stray away from power tools.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the from La La Land when they're dancing, or he's playing piano and she's dancing or whatever.
That is really cool.
He's just like,
it's crazy.
the director's just like,
it is nuts. I don't know how he didn't get like dizzy.
I'm sure he threw up immediately after the take. That was before lunch, not after.
Yeah.
Hammock's like, hey, we gotta get to this before lunch. I'm gonna throw up. I eat lasagna.
You're like, you throw up every day.
Yeah, well, you're having me do whip hands after lunch every day.
You know, I've never watched that movie the whole way through.
I've actually never seen it.
I've just seen that segment you're talking about, whip hand stuff.
Yeah.
Should wear Crocs today.
There are a few.
Making decisions.
Like recasting Chris
D'Elia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked all the days.
Which is so funny. Like, it's so funny that Tig was like never on set.
Who?
The chick
The
that
movie
replaced
was like in
Leah.
the can, and then Chris D'Elia was like,
So that's it, man. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll Snapchat girls under, whatever.
Are we still talking about Army of the Dead, or is this
Yeah.
Justice League now?
It's Army of the Dead.
He was recast by Tig.
You know the black-haired chick, the pilot?
It could happen.
Yeah,
He didn't even know it happened. That's how well done it was.
Yeah. I would say it's a fun watch, man. Like, it's not going to win an Oscar, and you probably won't love it. You probably won't love it.
I won't even say I love it. I like it.
But it's a fun zombie watch.
Like 2 hours.
Maybe that.
I feel like if you're gonna do, it's like, that's where I feel like if they just had a little more self bits of advice or whatever, is Stephen King was like just doing tons of coke in the 80s, and he's like directing his first movie, that one where like all the machines come to
Who
life
is that?
and stuff. Stephen King.
He was directing a movie?
Yeah, so he directed his book where all the machines come to life and stuff. I forget what it's called.
I don't know that one.
It has a name that sounds like Full Metal Jacket. Anyway, he's talking. He meets like.
Because I learned from you when we were doing the shoot for Marcus.
Oh, Alan too.
And you're like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, we can do it this way.
I mean, that's what the street scene kind of turned into. It was very hard for me to cut that together because I was like, we should have just stayed on the side, but you're having people cross the street, and then you're just wanting me to.
You're good on it. Yeah, that would be kind of a miserable job because you're always trying to catch mistakes, right? Too.
Somewhat.
Like you're always, as a script teacher, trying to catch mistakes and make sure it all works and makes sense, right?
I think of it as like, so yeah, there's all the like, make sure we get the dialogue and continuity's the same. But really, it's ultimately like, you're kind of another proxy for the audience. Because it's like,
You kind of are the pre-audience in a way.
Do not see this person say this line.
Yeah.
Is it important to the story that we capture? And so I didn't, it's one of those positions where like I didn't have like a director for it. And so I was fine monitor the whole time with the director, which I love. And it also let me, be able to like.
Do you guys really not like this lens? Like, look at this. I think this is now.
This one?
B-roll.
Yeah, I mean it's like if you're doing
It's not bad for interviews if you just stay on the 85. It's not the nicest, but
I mean it's
It's L series glasses, isn't it? It's top of the Canon line.
I mean I wouldn't shoot a feature on it.
we could. Our comedy. 0.95, baby.
I think he was.
You need like a podcast where you just like destroy people. Did you intentionally make it look? You sound like Zach Galifianakis from Country Friends. So were you actually trying to make it look horrible and blurry when it wasn't supposed to be? Were you trying to reveal the subject out of the blur in the background? Or is that just a mistake because you're so bad at playing focus while operating?
Just like, just a second.
Have you watched a lot of his Zach Galifianakis interviews, Country Friends? I'm sure you're watching them for fun, and we watched the Brad Pitt one. He's like, "Are you surprised?" And all the things you could win an Oscar for. I remember that. And he goes,
It's such a brutal and like instantly registered.
I like when he clapped back and was like, "Well, no, it's a good thing I didn't go for 3 presidencies. It's kind of like how you guys shouldn't have made the 3rd Hangover." because it was terrible.
I bet that's what?
What?
I bet stuff like that is written for them.
I think I read that for like him and Hillary. I do too.
Yeah. I'll just do this.
And it's pretty, you'll do the Zack Snyder pull from
You're so mean to him.
Her like childhood best friend is one of Zack Snyder's daughters.
Really?
Yeah, not the one who passed away.
So we might be able to meet him.
She said he was really cool. And he's probably taken up. I mean, per diem's probably.
Do you think he actually like gets paid for both of those though?
No, it's probably a flat. Although it may be the kind of thing where like he has to take that rate if he's taking that job.
Is he?
It's a union setup.
Yeah, he's supposed to say if he's the union guy. It's him first. You see
I
that?
thought was gonna be like, oh wow, this really, but like KEEC is like actually really good.
Yeah. Did you watch last night?
Yeah. Dude,
Sons and Foe.
that was so good.
That was awesome. I wish there was like a follow up of the after though, like that dude's face kind of, because he was killing them.
That's like the biggest L somebody's taken this year.
Oh my gosh.
What happened?
This is Denver fan who started some shit in the crowd.
So that the water
Suns fan. Just like takes the money. Suns fan.
But he killed that dude. Like,
And then it was like.
it was 2 versus 1 too.
It was like, and walk it to like bad guys from like a tutorial.
Yeah.
Wait, so fan beat up another fan?
Yeah.
And the Suns guy was like, Suns and four. And it's just
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's gonna be used. They'll use that. Yeah, it was awesome. He punched the crap out of that guy. He was like holding him with Dude, that last hit was funny too. When he's like, "Okay, I'm done. Ah! Killed him.
Yeah, I might do it later. I'm not finished.
Come over and look at the bolts that you just put on the car. You're going to notice a black line and a red line. Okay? What those are, and it's a very helpful thing because you see how many bolts you just had to tighten to get the chassis part built, right? I mean, you're looking at probably 20, 30 bolts. You don't know if something's actually been tightened or not. So what a lot of people will do is they'll go and they'll mark black for this one's been tightened, and then the red one is it's been verified. So you know at least 2 people have looked at it. So recommendation is to get some Sharpies and mark 1 for it's been tightened and 2 because somebody other than that person who tightened it checked it to ensure that that bolt cannot be spun. And then you've got a visual cue, oh, all of these have been looked at. So make sure you're thinking about that when you do that. This group put together, when you're doing the bolts, like they put the nut on the inside of the seat. Personally, I like to make sure that that's on the outside because of the kids here. And if the kids here, we all know these kids like to complain about things. They will tell you, oh, it's poking me, it's bothering me. So if you do that smoother part on the inside, they're less likely to get caught on it. The other thing, you can feel how some of these holes dimple in. I like to make sure the dimples are out. Again, just for smooth. I try to find every possible way to make the kids not complain because it's no fun when they do that. Yeah. So seatbelt holes. This right here, this part up here is the top shoulder harnesses of your seatbelt. You want to make sure when you put the sides in that your lap hole for the seatbelt is down here on the bottom. A lot of times people will take and put, so it's up here and they're close to each other, and then you've got, shoulder and lap right across your chest. That doesn't really work out too well. Okay, so make sure you're doing that. This isn't wrong. It's just, that's one thing that I've noticed that I would change if it were, me. After we build the seat, and this group's about to do it, we're going to install the seat belt and attach the seat inside the car. Because once we do that, we're pretty much done in that area of the car. Okay? And then after that, we'll cross that bridge here in a little bit. But no one's ahead, no one's behind. We're all moving along just like we need to, okay? If you have any questions, again, raise your hand. We'll come over and make sure we're getting an answer because we want to make sure we answer all questions, even for the people that aren't here today. So if they have one later, we've addressed as many questions as we can. So if you need anything, give us a holler.
Hold off. And then attach the seat to the floor. Just like the chassis, you've got to really do this around.
He's getting hosed, man. What? I feel like everything I.
This one we used to have.
Yes.
That's not fun. That's what I said.
Don't. You're going to take a break. I'm just going to recover the seatbelt thing, and then I think we've got everything for a while. And chill out for a second.
Your ratchet is on the back of the car for the seat. They don't need another ratchet. There's a screwdriver.
So you're just going to basically use that?
Yeah, it's all right hand side. They need another Allen though.
They need another Allen.
On the back one, you see
Size 3. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to go on the bottom.
We're going to let them get caught up, and then we'll all see Women's is across.
So is Anthony saying we're not on the Friday thing anymore?
Oh, I don't know. Nobody was saying.
I'm on that side of the fence. They're on their side of the fence. They're experienced. They're figuring these things out. We had a thing just a few days ago, and was upset. I was getting this case about.
We of course don't have that. But
Yeah, oh, it's
Easily double the number of cars.
Oh, I thought you were.
Now we have the day.
no, that's fine.
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. You're good. Yeah, I'm out. I'm messing y'all up.
Oh, I'm good.
We're gonna be here for the.
Why didn't y'all do it this way? Just prop it up on its side. You don't have to get on the ground.
Would you recommend?
You're like, whatever.
That's.
Yeah.
But you get up like $10 a car just rate.
Not those plastic ones.
We take him to races. I gotta work on it at a race.
Yeah, but Tom's not there, like,
I'm the response, it's coming back.
Just FYI that we're gonna do this Walmart. So if you wanna be looking at that picture, Walmart.
Oh, I think they going to Walmart.
Roll bar.
Yeah.
So I'm about to start talking about that. Actually,
Straight down to the wall.
Hey Evan, have you got any like?
Every time. A little trick like that makes it easier. Save a lot of fighting. Putting this bolt in on the side versus honestly. The flange ones here.
Who's gonna be?
Let's get it one flange. Yeah. So step by step by step. So it's not like that's too much. Step by step by step.
the roll bar. This part right here, again, a lot of you, when we're building the chassis, this little wing here, make sure you put it so that that wing is on the inside and not the outside, because it's what actually attaches the roll bar to the car. If you do the wings on the outside, your roll bar is going to be very flimsy. It's going to shake. It's not going to be as sturdy. Once you bolt this roll bar down, you're going to notice how solid and rigid that is.
This is where your pushers push the car from. So you don't want it to be flimsy.
Okay, so what Devin's going to show you right now, like this is race ready, you know, I don't even know the word I'm looking for here.
Condition.
Condition, there we go. So like this is what it would look like if you're driving. These have built in a feature so that you can actually lower it down and you can see on your roll bars, I'm going to use yours since it's not in yet. You see here these little, you know, holes, keyholes, just so that it can slide in, right? And then on the side, it's got this L. That's to allow it to go from here to here. That's for storing or getting it out of a door easier, okay? Or transport, whatever you want to do. But you don't have to take anything off. All you need is a 13mm wrench and socket.
So it's 6 bolts, and you just have to loosen.
You don't take them out, you just drop. A little bit so that you can move the roll bar and lay it down. And again, this is a part of the car that you want to have when it's upright, tight. I mean, as tight as you can get it. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, in the event of this thing turning, the roll bar is what's going to keep the kids safe. Okay? I've never seen that happen. But, you know, there's a first for everything. And, exactly. I've had some people say, well, we did it. I said, then you did something that you weren't supposed to be doing. Turns out that's what they were doing. They tried to do something. And I was like, no, don't do that, please. But, again, you're just trying to make sure. And before, when you're putting your roll bar on, you're going to also want to notice some things about the placement of the bolts. So Devin's going to show you. All you do is you slide it back. And then easily, maybe.
Loosen the bolts a little bit more. So they don't stick up so much there.
And then it'll easily just slide and pivot down. Okay? So, y'all, just keep dropping stuff. It's okay. No one's watching.
This is why we can't have nice things.
That's why you can't have nice things. There you go. I'm free on that side. So again, that allows it to sit down, and you can easily put that in the back of a SUV, van, you know, easily get it through a door, because then what you can do is you can actually have a situation where, which way? You're right. You can turn it this way, and it's a lot easier to get it out of a door, so you don't have to pivot as often, and that's what that's there for. But again, when it's race ready condition, and this is like you're going out, you're going back out to run, you just tilt it back up, put it back in the keyhole, slide it into position, tighten everything down. Okay?
On that part of it, in the diagram, the 4 bolts that are on the bottom are backwards. So if you need to come look at this one, when you have to put this back in, having that flange bolt there means you can have it slide into that keyhole back.
So instead of the bolt going down, you go bolt up with the nut on the top. That way you don't have to take it all the way.
And there's no washer for that flange?
No, because it's a flange nut, so it's already got kind of the washer built into it. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to do roll bar, get them tightened down, and then after you get the roll bar on, you are now at a photo opportunity. Put it on the ground, sit in it, take some pictures. Once you've done that, I can show you things that'll make you much bigger impact. Yeah. Yeah, it's one that part is. Your seatbelt is called.
Party stuff is fun.
Well, what ends up happening is Cockpit, there's two modes. Can't turn or it's the same opposite for that front. It's like,
Getting it done.
my method is tighten all the way down. And then you are.
Then it's about pretty good. It moves, but it's not.
You're talking about the
And I tighten this, tighten where I can't go anymore, and then I go back and forth. Because then you know, okay, that's any
Right, you
time. I'm all for going. Just, I will say, do we need this for the training about how to get in and out as an adult?
Yeah.
As an adult, getting in and out of these cars is sometimes problematic. I will say that. The best way to go is to step in, kind of lean down, and slide. Like let your feet slide down. That's the easiest way to get in these cars. Getting out of them, push up, and then bring your feet in. Because if you try to like bend your feet, bend your legs while you're trying to get out, a lot of you are going to hit your knees. You're not going anywhere. Okay? So as you're getting in, it's easy. Just sit, slide, and then push up and go that route. Okay?
Okay.
Ignore all the cracks. Yeah, no, it's fine. Ignore any creaks or cracks that come from the car when you get in. I'm more worried about your creaks that you're going to have. Get the WD-40 out and we'll get the joints going.
See, it's not bad. The middle school cars, high school cars are very comfortable. I'll sleep in those, no problem. They got a nice reclined seat.
45-degree angle, kind of like
You guys are good to cross.
You're in a little cocoon.
You have 24.
You get a good blanket.
It's like real life Mario Kart.
I actually do want to do a Mario Kart type race. You put balloons on their cars and give them noodles with handles on them. While we're up. There's some insurance companies that probably not like that. We have there's two situations of an adult getting in that I wish I could. There you go.
I'm having a crazy with me now.
So one, it was like a leadership group in town, came through, we were showing them stuff. We little.
Yeah, right. Trigger valve.
Can't get back anybody. I don't Anybody got a vision issue? I need to know.
Now stretch your legs out. Okay.
The other one, we have. The other good thing is do it like this.
I'm still on bottom. Bottom of that three.
You gotta say vroom, vroom.
Getting out.
See, it kind of leans back before you go down.
Yeah, it adds the taller people is that you can't put your, you have to kind of tuck.
Especially if you got the body work on there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Just stick your toes out.
So this is how I usually go when I'm driving.
So do you cover the front or no?
Yeah, we'll have a body on this one tomorrow, so y'all can see that.
Going through to make sure, because sometimes the drawings can look a little different. So we're going to go again with installing. We're not worrying about the button and the brake, like none of that. We're just putting this in, the knuckle here. You got the steering linkages here, the front axle bar, and the wishbones. Okay. Want to put the tires on? You can, but please make sure you're coming up and looking at this, how this is put together before you fully go and put tools to bolts. Okay?
Do you recommend doing all of that on the floor?
No, at this point.
Actually just going to show something. So with that, if you're doing the handles, that you can do sitting here. But once you get to installing the stuff underneath it.
From slipping. It does make it easier for some parts to go and do it. The other thing you can do with your tables is just take your car and rotate it 90, all the front components on. Okay? Any questions? I'll give you one hint. Okay? You need to come and look very closely at these steering linkages, these little rods underneath, at how they are assembled. Everybody usually, some group will forget one part.
Drew, you want to take that off and flip it up?
Yeah, here, So these right here, these nuts right here, you've got to make sure that they're on. You have to put them on before you put these rod ends on. A lot of times people forget these. These basically are referred to as lock nuts, okay, jam nuts. And these are different than the ones you've been using. I showed some people earlier. These are going to vibrate loose over time. Okay, so you're always wanting, this right here is a part that you want to make sure you basically put a wrench on every time you practice. Because if you don't, your alignment's going to get messed up. Okay, so make sure you put these on before you go and do it. You don't want them to be in the middle. They're just going to be at the end. And we'll show you some things once everybody gets their axles on and their wheels on there. We'll show them some stuff. Okay, questions? Comments, concerns, confessions? Awesome. Let's do it to it.
Never mind.
Alright, I'm not wrong.
This is actually how it shoots like the steering stuff. It's like really tight, but it's your tightness on yours and yours based on your kids. Your kids are ultimately the ones that are going to tell you if it's too tight or too loose.
Are you saying this too tight? I'm saying when we assemble
Once
ours,
you
it was
get it
too tight.
in, you'll be able
I
to
don't know
tell.
what yours is going to be. Machine plastics can sometimes be a tolerance.
You'll find out once you get it in the car.
Would you ever lubricate that?
Here's the thing, you don't want to lose because now when kids, they start, because these things, so, you're looking at your angle. If you put a V in the middle, or just a line, I never want that line to exceed my 2 I should not be making big turns make big impacts. It's just like in your car, change a lane, you're not doing this, you're just, you're slightly turning the car, right? So it's the same thing with these. That's the hardest thing for the kids to understand. Is they want to go, they think, oh, I need to go left. That's what they do first. That's when it's going to happen, is when you have a kid making it. So I try to really teach them little, when we go to actually drive, I'm going to tell you, like, there's even a progression that I usually do with the kids before I even turn them loose and drive the car. They don't get the key until
I got to put lubricant on it though. Get lubricants for plastic. A lot of petroleum lubricants, a lot of plastic so tight it's for silicone fat lubricants.
Everything's like, touching something here, touching something there, you're going to have to start loosening. This is where that fine tuning starts to come in. That's kind of they found out that line doesn't go the other way. It's funny though, Devin and I, we find out stuff, even like with all the cars we've seen, we always find a different way. What if we did it this way? And we're always changing. I've never done the same training. I've never actually trained. It makes sense, like,
He said,
yeah, but then we get a dinner, and I think they might have another guest at 5:30 or something during the dinner, and we're done at 6.
are we zooming? We're zooming off of that.
I'd assume.
I'm gonna get this. Them actually building this thing. You grab them. Ready to drop to the bottom of it. See that?
A lot of their motor
Yeah, I see the little spray.
F-24 is 60. Because what we do is we basically oh, that was in lower. Yeah.
Oh, that's not enough. It's 12:31. There. I would think.
You should see that. So
On this drawing, but
I had a car in the back of my truck one time. Just broke 4 races.
Well, this is a jam that's going to back up against these
I may have
guys.
had it. Was that the?
There's one.
So this is the one that you just said.
Yeah. Probably.
It was at the.
In the looks that you're ready to back on. And that's like why I it looks weird. It's an invisible plane.
Oh, yeah.
Am I in your way?
No, you're fine.
I think he was saying he's going to drive this tie rod all the way to the end and break the lock nut up to it. I might be wrong about that. Listen to where we're at. You look at the car, one that's leaned down station.
This guy, I can't get into that whole.
Oh, you're talking about the grommets?
Yeah, this is the part where this gets installed, and also these guys.
You watch for it.
Those bolts.
Oh, you think? Yeah, you're probably right. Let's do it.
Okay.
I didn't know that one.
1250
Yes.
If we are out of 1360.
Yep, you are.
Okay. You got more?
No, but I have a good enough.
Okay. Okay. Now what? Okay, so
I would probably
You got by bubbles in it, you know,
because otherwise.
Oh, light bar all burn.
Plus.
yeah, right. The valve is sliding through it from one bar, so
This is easier.
by itself, right? You know, keeps up. It's a little bit different than the take that I bought versus both.
Everything.
Oh, I see this one, yeah.
No, you're right.
I'll just have to. But I'm just saying that the. Area. Here, across there.
We're not starting by.
No, good character building part.
You can kind of see how this one's angled.
the way I started to eyeball it, I try to make this flat, parallel to the side of the car. Right. And that's setting this core. Setting the this one. So you're going there. Then I'll come and try to make this flat parallel to the side of the car here. And I have to try to do them both at the same time. I'm going to be doing this, you're going to be doing that, we're going to be fighting, and it's not going to work.
So now,
Yeah, before I mess with the alignment, I'm going to go ahead and get this going. Get everything out of one, and actually set your steering wheel. Tight, want the steering wheel and real tight. And then come in with short.
for whatever reason, there's like,
should be,
just basically ignore that one. If you want, that's a washer. He's talking about that one. Oh. So just ignore it.
I've got 2 flange washers that I have left, Drew. So, if they want to use 2 of these flange washers, you can, and then use the other 2 as those, just stack them, and it'll help a little bit. But yeah, they shorted us some parts.
You're going this way. So your bolts are going to go
From the top.
from the top.
So I do one on this side and the very farthest one.
Good.
People aren't going to complain, they're just going to focus. But there's no real need for me to be able to fly and record some cool dynamic moves. There's no need for it to be similar.
Are you still going to be steady with the Joe 6 That's like, I can't.
Would you mind doing that again?
Yes. Y'all want to get closer? We can show on the other side.
Okay.
Just a second, yeah.
Is it hard to do and undo that? Okay.
Nope.
Window isn't a real about it's very hard to get to just because easier to fall and come down. Alright.
We're all here, so we can help.
All of these are
Speed up
the
hardest part is trouble
over here.
Yep, the black one's small on it.
You can kind of see now.
I've got one. I can put your collar on. Like I do.
This one? Thanks, man. I know. Do you see,
how do you do that?
you see my text?
Are you like trying to play Forza?
This is like the perfect video depiction of acid for somebody.
Acid gives you like to count the pixels in real life.
Is this Breaking Bad?
You do a quarter turn to get it.
Like when they're floating in the heroin scene?
That's pretty good.
I heard it's Nashville hot chicken.
Oh, God.
I heard it's Thai food.
That's good. Not for tonight, but that's good.
That was a joke. Like, not for you. That's good. Not for me. Alright. Why is the camera nodding yes or no to people?
When you see it, you will notice how you really do have a very.
You said dinner's not till 5:30 though, right? What does that mean? I'm gonna slash somebody's tires tonight.
I'm on it, man. All right, have a wheel. Everything right here.
You said dinner's not till 5:30 though, right? What does that mean? I'm gonna slash somebody's tires tonight.
I'm on it, man. All right, have a wheel. Everything right here.
Are you, I don't see a watch. I know there's a. Yeah.
If you tone out, it makes it like dark left and right. Anything
Come on. I swear. I get.
Everybody should have steering, front axle, front wheels. Really should have a way for the car to at least go left and right. Now, we've talked with a lot of you about the alignment. We'll go into a little bit more detail into that tomorrow as well. And some of you have noticed that it's very hard to steer. There's about 4 pinch points on your steering that you can make an adjustment. The first one, you know that white piece that goes around the shaft, that plastic white piece? If you have that too tight, it's squeezing the steering column so it can't move freely. So if you loosen it a little bit, it at least releases some of that pressure and allow you to spin a little bit. But just like you did on the front control arms that are holding the wheels, you know, we said tighten it all the way down and then a quarter turn to loose. It's the same thing with that steering knuckle. Go one way and then you slowly start creeping it up to your comfort level. What you all do may be different than what another team will do based off what your kids are feeling. So you can make that adjustment there. All in all, how do you feel about this build so far? Like, are you less anxious? Or are you more anxious? Everybody, I mean, let us know, like, if there's something, and tonight you're laying in bed, and you're saying, oh, I need to ask that question. Make sure you write it down, ask it tomorrow, okay?
You have my phone number. Don't call me in the middle of the night.
Call Drew.
Just dial 0 and you'll get Devin. I'm sure if you called 0 and got the front desk and asked for Devin, I'm gonna laugh. It'd be awesome. I'm like, this guy, who's this guy doing? But yeah, so you pretty much have gotten, I'm gonna say 65% of the car done. Now the last 35% is the fun part. So any questions so far? Do you see how this can be complicated for kids though? So you really got to like work on structure with them, and maybe you do a piece here, or you could have one group working on one part while another group's working on another. You could have a chassis team. You could have a steering team. You could have a seat team. We were talking earlier about if you had a kid who just needed some, what do we call it, character building? Yeah. Give them the seat and tell them they have to put it together because it's very meticulous and very tedious work. Very repetitive. We like to give character building to those kids. Just a heads up for tomorrow, if you suffer from migraines or headaches easily, you may want to make sure you bring some stuff to help with that. we're going to be banging on roll pins tomorrow because we have to work on the rear axle. The rear part of this car is the most difficult part. But the way that Devin and I are going to show you how to do that, hopefully it will be less difficult. But our goal is tomorrow to finish doing that and then drive after lunch, right? That's the fun part. And I usually try to make sure everybody drives, so don't feel like, no, I don't want to. Get in there, you built it, you got to drive it. It's kind of the rule. So, questions, comments, concerns, confessions? You are the easiest group. This is awesome. If there's something that you need to know about the brake disc before we get too far into this, if you look on your brake disc, you're going to look for an arrow. Okay, the arrow points the direction this is designed to travel. All right? So if the car, I'm going to go with the direction of this car right here, my arrow is pointing this way. So that's how this should be installed. Is it a problem if you do it backwards? No. But again, everything's got a reason. And again, if you're looking for a competitive advantage, every little bit helps. You do a little here, a little there, you make a difference. But there's an arrow on this. You actually go look at your bike tires, most of them have the same thing too. They have an arrow that actually points the direction it's supposed to be on. So the arrow points the direction of travel to the front of the car, yes.
So if it's on the axle and this axle's going forward, the tires are spinning, the top of the tire goes forward.
Because everything is designed a certain way for a reason. That's the reason. So make sure your arrow is pointing the proper direction.
I'll get the arrow.
Do you mind showing us too?
Well, you can put the other pin on.
Well, this is the drive.
This is what you strongly recommend.
Yeah. So this arrow, you need to make sure is pointing the direction the car is going to be traveling. So you want this arrow pointing to the front of the vehicle as it's installed in the car.
Perfect. Got it.
Well, if you've got the pulley and the bearing, and the next thing is we put this bolt.
Oh, that was the big deal. Is that it? And it goes here. I'm gonna make a mistake. It's the worst thing we could ever do.
It's not the worst.
Is there a hammer? Do we need the hammer? Or probably
Yeah,
do?
yeah, you'll need the hammer.
Okay.
And I would not hammer this with the pulley here. So the way that I would do this, where you team one makes the dream work. Find a nice sturdy part of the table right nearest the legs.
Got it. Somebody hold it.
And hold it like this. Like I would put. I'll fake demonstrate. So you hold that there. You're bracing that side. And then I'll start the pin here. And you're controlling the axle, and I can just gently tap, 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 tap. Okay. I'm just showing you, like, but hold it, tap, tap, tap. And then once you start getting out, you just make sure that you got room to go through the table, or not through the table.
Alright, I've got a question. These are your reversible, right? Can you go that way?
Well,
That's good, yeah.
Even the frame is
A little bit of a healthier whack.
Okay. Well, I thought I was supposed to be tapping gently.
Well, that was
maybe my gentle and your gentle.
I think you're not going anywhere. You're going.
You're close enough.
So, Roger is saying maybe we should put some grease on.
Well, you're in it now, so. No, I'm good.
I got it. I've got them pinched like that.
Okay.
So what I would do is I would tighten, I would just get them in position. So it goes all the way up to your, you're going to, we'll see, because you're going to have to align it with the motor.
Thing to make sure, as you guys are beating these roll pins in, sometimes those set screws will loosen and come out. So you might want to tighten them a little bit, or just double check after you've been beating with that hammer that that set screw is still in.
What'd you find out?
I bet you can get it right in there. We gotta get
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, we wouldn't.
You can pass if you need to.
You could take that and put it in there, use your short end. And then roll the whole thing upside down and just kind of hold, I'll hold it for you.
lost something. I'm not gonna judge. I could see myself having.
axle. Before y'all go and put it on, so somebody's car, I guess we'll have to be the guinea pig and the one we're going to use. Actually, can you help me put this on the ground? And I'm going to put one of their cars up. And we'll take yours since it's right there. And we'll put yours up on the sawhorse so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So you notice that your car comes with 2 belts. Okay? There's 2 belts that come with this. And yeah, if you'll put the front that way, and that way the back's over here so y'all can come around and see this. Let's go here. Let's go back. It's not heavy back here yet. So we'll need the axle and then we'll need the spare belt. Do y'all have your other belt?
We installed this.
Devin, we need to take this tire off. You can't get the belt around it.
Here you go. Not clean.
Yep. So you get 2 belts, all right? And what happens is if one belt breaks, if you have this one still off the car, you have to take off the entire rear axle to replace it. So there's a way that we kind of solve this problem. You go ahead and put both of them on the axle, and then you just zip tie this one back here. So if one snaps, all you have to do is cut a zip tie and you can run your new one. Okay?
That's smart.
The other thing people will do is they'll actually zip tie it here, but on these cars, you don't want to do that because it's going to hit that the whole time and eventually eat away at this belt. So you don't want your new belt. So what I like to do is tuck it here. You want to leave it so it's got room, because if you do it too tight, you're eventually going to wear away the belt teeth.
And if,
okay.
Of course, what he's showing y'all, the axle.
Here you go, right?
Hand me the axle, dude. Show me what it actually looks like on the car.
Okay. So good thing is, what you're going to have is once you get your motor cage in, this is where it's going to attach to your motor. Okay? And you can see there's not a lot of room between the two. So this is going to get pulled pretty tight. Okay? But this is how it's going to go. You're going to have your brake disc and stuff over here. And that's how that's going to go. But this will just sit just like that. Okay? Questions? Everybody good? Once you do this, you can install your rear axles. Okay? So you're going to probably want to get it on a table. This is a little bit harder to do how they are positioned right now. Okay? Alright, we'll do that.
Sets of 4 bolts.
2 sets of 4
So you see at the bottom there's 1 bolt, hole.
You tell me if this goes.
To the middle or bigger, you can only have
what?
If any of this
8
footage
bolts that attach this down into that. So we'll get those. We'll have to make sure we tuck all of our wires out.
I didn't know, like, he has that material. Like,
He has the raw material.
he has the raw material.
Okay.
And I know if I said, hey, man, we're trying to put together some stuff for promotional purposes, do you have... Oh, yeah.
High school is working. Good fast tighten it up.
We have the people who do the work.
Yes.
You know,
We're
we're still good. What's up?
You didn't like me again?
What's up?
Trying to get this one started.
Really?
And all the other bolts are loose, and this one will not start. It's all, it goes in and starts going in an angle.
Let me see if I can.
I couldn't get it started straight. It was always going in like that. And the idea is that by running the cable to each channel,
Yeah.
the key to your power, this is going to be okay. So this will push that here.
I'm just telling everyone that was listening.
Awesome. Good, good.
Estimation on national scale.
I don't know who's this is.
They're the ones that
We gotta find
they're
your
That's the one you're going
threads to hold it.
And figure around the post. And you hate it? When I wrap the copper wire around the attachment piece, do you just, what's your preference? You know, on wires when we're connecting them?
block.
He's just putting it behind.
6 one, half dozen the other.
Shoot, when we
You
go
can wrap it,
outside,
or I put it
switch
in the back
over to
of the
4K.
And then you just want to make sure that's neither one of them.
That was when I was that's fine.
No, it's black one.
This is where Drew was saying he's at.
I did. I did.
All right, so.
Yes, I don't know how to do that.
So what we're gonna get ready to do is we're getting ready to go outside and drive what you've built. One of the things that I want to make sure that all of you are aware of is when we get out there, your cars more than likely are going to sound like a duck. And we're going to show you how to fix that while we're out there. So you're going to need your 13mm wrench and socket set for your motor to adjust your motor placement and tightness. Trying to think what else we might need. Someone may just want to bring their whole toolkit outside with us. When we are driving, the biggest thing I want everyone to make sure they know is
always defer to the bigger vehicle. Okay?
We're in a parking lot.
We're in a parking lot.
You will lose.
Okay? They most of the time will not even see you. We're going to do everything we can to block and allow everything to be done safely. That's why I'm in this bright green shirt, because you can't miss it. It doesn't look like anything natural. But when we go out, we've got a little kind of path, I guess, that we're going to show everybody what to do. Just be careful and await instructions from Devin or myself. The other thing that I want to make sure that you all understand with driving, don't pump the button. Hold it down. Don't, when I say pump it, don't go. No, hold it down. You wouldn't, you probably at some point yell at your kids for turning the lights on and off. That's what you're doing, is turning the lights on and off with your car. If you're just pumping the button, it's off, on, off, on, off, on. So just hold it down.
It's not variable, it's just on or off.
Yeah, there's no variable, there's no, oh, I'm going to lightly touch it.
Close the circuit, open the circuit.
Yeah. It's go and don't go.
Do you leave it on while you're driving?
You just really just hold that button. And if you want to stop, guess what? Let go of the button and pull the brake. Brake is your best friend. Your left hand is your best friend in GreenPower. It makes you stop. So, if something sounds weird, stop, turn it off. Devin and myself will come over and help you. Okay? Any questions? Yes, no, maybe so? Sunglasses?
No, how do we tell when it's done?
Is there a gauge on those pumps? Then when it's really firm, stop.
Pumps. Did you order pumps, Gage? Did I order those or what?
I did not order pumps.
Hashtag.
Let's go. Where are we going? I don't know. Are we going out this way?
I think so.
I think we should go right around the convention center.
I'll let you do it later.
I'll do it. I'll totally do it.
I didn't see it.
I got a lot of confidence.
You can pass this one.
No, I didn't know what y'all.
We haven't had a throttle check yet.
Oh.
It'll bump
No,
up.
it's all good.
Alright, so we do this?
Yeah, what do we do?
Alright, I'm gonna turn the key on. You're gonna turn the switch on and hit the button, and we'll both agree it's fine.
Oh, I should have gone ahead of you. I'm great.
Grab this one. Yeah.
Watch that wheel. Okay, you got it.
Awesome. First one out.
Feels so good.
Yeah, it's not bad outside at all.
Here, check my toe out.
You've done this before, haven't you?
Oh, Miss Medina, is that your little red car over there?
No. No, I wish it was.
Oh, they just dropped that off for me.
Oh, they did. Love it. Here, Miss Ron. I got cameras everywhere. Is this tight? Yeah, it is. Make sure you're ready to turn. You're not videoing, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How'd you?
Did not tell you all is driving these cars is like playing Mario.
Well, I just stuck it there so I could make sure.
Was it easy to extend your legs?
Well, they wanted to spring it out this way.
Got it.
They had us spring out a
Got it.
Was it hard to extend your legs? Like when you
I'll put it right here.
about extending
I'm
your legs?
5'4". Yeah, no, it wasn't hard.
Get in, photo ops.
on the air company team. But I put the wrong part.
I got in it yesterday better. I got stiff today.
Okay, put your hands on the thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look serious. Now go boom boom.
I can't even turn this thing. This thing is tight.
Okay, you want me to do your
Yes, please. I'm excited.
No.
See if you like that. Well, I'm used to my daughter.
Yeah, that looks fine.
Rhonda?
I'll get it when I drive it.
Okay.
We'll make you go first then. Well, I'm a...
As long as we know if someone's getting in a car here, we can, hey, look out. But it's the people that we can't see. Somebody was staying down there. Everybody else, unless somebody's actually sitting in a car.
You guys can get up. These are my team leaders. There you go. That's right.
I'm waiting until you get dignified.
Oh, I appreciate that. Woo! Tricep. Yeah, we did a stretch couple.
Alright, who's gonna win?
Ash. All
Yeah.
right.
Excellent. How's it feel?
Pretty good.
Steering feel?
I want to turn it on. I gotta get out.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, God. You work on my tricep. We've been around this thing.
Table gym.
Ross, I changed
No, it's
I mean, it's just shooting at us. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, I do wish there'd been somebody else right at the training. He was
Nobody even wants to sit in it and just steer.
Should I grab this deluxe? Oh, we did photo walk.
You gotta make a lecture noise.
So, where's the bottom line? So make it a wide turn. Don't cut it too tight. Okay? And then come back. Y'all want to go that way, and then so you're pointed back here, and this will be our staging area.
Somebody be out there to stop the car.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, go take it.
So that's what we'll do. You're gonna go down to where Shiela is, stay wide, make the loop, back through here, and then back to here. No, before the silver car. So as soon as you get past this island, start turning to come this way.
There is a little water hazard here.
No mulligans. Who's up? What we're going to do is we're going to do them, we'll push you staggered so you're not on top of each other. Who feels the most confident in their ability? Hop in. If you can get the seatbelts on, go for it. If you can't, don't worry about it. You are not falling out of this car.
Should we get in and get ready?
Yes.
I see everyone else. Even if we're not from.
Just try to have one of your guys. We're just gonna reach back here.
Watch everybody break it. Anyone else doing the seatbelt? I'm gonna try. I don't know.
Are you getting a flare?
No. I try to get the kids to push low. Remember playing football? Get low. Right? They get down, give them a good push. Here's the flag. Okay? So, alright, so.
Why do they need a push? Are they actually? Damn. What focal length are you at right now? You're wider than me.
So they're coming y'all's way.
Yep.
Don't hit the camera.
Look cool.
Go to their left. So go to the right of them. Okay. Let them look out. That's what he says. Go, go, go. Is it on? It's not on.
Press start. Your switch.
Press the other button.
Go.
Hold it.
You got to press and hold it.
On them.
Wow. That water looks disgusting. But it's like sewage water.
Holy crap!
Send it. Send it.
What was that?
That's the chain yanking.
It's going!
So again, best thing ever is make sure you know left hand makes you stop.
You're not on, so that's not what you're talking to you.
Let go down. You want to stop. When I tell you to push it. Push it. Go, go, go.
Let me push. I will. All right.
Let her get past this. Hold it down.
I'm holding the brake. I realized.
Yes, I want to do it so bad.
When do you guys get in? Give it a ride?
I would love to.
Why not, man?
Get in.
Alright, hold on. And you're all 2 days?
And then turn it off.
Good job, man.
And you're good.
Yeah. Switch on.
Yeah.
So getting out's the problem.
So real quick, while once she gets past this, I'm gonna show you.
Hold on, wait, I'm not on video. You want me to do video and turn it on? Got it? I'm gonna go around you this way. Okay? Ready?
Go. So one thing I want to talk about. What you're going to see your kids do a lot of, this is your instinctive thing your kids are going to use to help get out.
Steering wheel.
Steering wheel. They're going to do this
anytime
and push themselves up, right? So if that's on and the key's on in the back, I saw everyone looking, I was like, am I about to get rear-ended? They're going to push that and the car is going to move because it's on. So that's why we always say, make sure that switch is off so this doesn't work.
And that's the teacher key in the back. So anytime I come up to a car that's got a kin in it, I just reach down and take it off. That way, even if that switch is on, they can't do anything.
Who's up?